So I just got joined today. So I have a question based on what we practice as in our own company. So we have in our own company, we have a board of directors um, who are also the shareholders. So they are also the shareholders of, meaning that so we are like a group of friends who contributed money and started the company. So we operate as the board too. We have meetings monthly, and then we are also the shareholders. And then we have an advisory board, but not really. We don't really call them to um, do things. We just do. It's only when we are stuck that we use them. So I don't know whether from this lecture, this what I saw this morning. So it was like separating the shareholders from the board of directors. So shareholders who are mainly owners, and then board of directors who exert control. So that's what the lecture was trying to. And I actually got something from it. It was saying that it is good if they are external. So if they are external people who will reason independent, who don't reason like owners. So I don't know whether what we do is it, there maybe it's also still aligns with corporate governance or something. So I don't know whether you get my question. My
Yeah.
question. So, but the one thing again is that how do we marry it in such a way that we have people who are not owners, who are external? Because I can see now that it's good if you have people who are external to your business who reason independently, who don't reason like owners. So I don't know how we can do that, marry that, you know. So that's my question for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Suleiman, for your question. The video we played this morning is just to introduce us to the role of board of directors in corporate governance. And let me say it this way. In corporate governance, we have those we call the board of directors who are the owners, right? And then we'll have the shareholders. The board of directors can as well be shareholders. The board of directors can as well be shareholders, dependent on how the board resolution is. But in most cases, we have directors that are shareholders. But to ensure that we have effectiveness and efficiency and objectivity in business operations, it's also good you have what we call the executive directors, those who are responsible for the day-to-day running of the business. Now, those executive directors as well may or may not have shares. Then you have the independent directors. The independent directors in this case now are those that we call the board of advisors. They don't really have much work. In fact, they don't have operational assignment to the organization, but they have their own role to play. And their role is to provide what it is called advisory. Their role is to provide advisory to the organization. So managing board of directors is always good. You have the executive directors, those who are in those who have shares, and they are also in the day-to-day running of the business. And also let me say that not all executive directors may have share. Executive directors, like their name is, they are responsible for the day-to-day running of the organization. So they may or may not have shares. They may or may not be shareholders, right? But it's always advisable that let an executive director also be part of the people that have shares in the company. Then you have the directors who don't have shares, but they provide advisory. And if you listen very well from the video talked about clarity. There should be clarity of roles and responsibilities for executive directors, non-executive directors, and independent directors. Okay, executive directors, non-executive directors, and then independent directors. A non-executive director could be a shareholder, but it's not part of the day-to-day running of the business. Okay, so he has his investment in the company, but he's not in the executive category as part of a day-to-day running of the business. So you can have those categories. Executive, those who are day-to-day running, they are in the day-to-day running of the business. So you make provision for salaries, allowances, and every other thing, reward system, a good reward system for them. Now that reward system does not mean their own dividends as part of shareholders. That's for the executive directors who have shares, right? Then you have those who are non-executive. Their shares are the things that are propelling them to the core directors, right? So those ones, what we get to have for them at the end of the day is profit sharing and dividend sharing, if any. And then you have the non-executive directors. Non-executive directors, like I said in one of the sections here, some of the, independent directors, rather. Some of the independent directors, you can reward them through honorarium. So you could have them on maybe half yearly. You could have them on, you could have them half yearly. You could have them yearly. Okay, on what honorarium you want to give to them. Some other startup companies may not have all the resources to give their independent directors. So they give them some level of shares. Okay, so maybe out of 10 million capital shares, you decide to give them maybe 0.5% or 0.2% or 1% of the shares. So that is what is going to be their reward, okay, for being advisors. And then we also need to know that when we are talking about board of advisors, directors that are advisors, they are actually using their network, their influence, their experience, their expertise, their knowledge to propel your company to move forward. So some of the board of directors, some of the board of advisors we have is either we want to tap into their knowledge base, their experience base, their, what do you call it now? Their network, their brand, or whatever. So those things they are bringing in is also part of equity. So you may have to consider giving them where you don't have provision for honorarium and you don't have all the resources to start paying for honorarium, you may have to make provision for little portion of the shares to them. All right. So what you're doing, having a board of directors, those who are executive, you have your shareholders who may or may not be executive directors, and then you have your board of advisors who are the independent directors. You're doing a great work. But there is something you just mentioned that I said they are not really, like their work is not well spelled out. So one of the things we need to now do is make sure that for the board of directors, their work, their responsibilities, their rules are well spelled out so that you know why you are engaging them and they also know what they are bringing in to the table. All right. Okay, thank you so much. Now, for the sake of those who are just joining us, I'm going to play that simple video again, and I want us to pay attention to it and make sure we get something in it. However, I've put the YouTube link in the chat room. I've put the YouTube link in the chat room. So in case you have any network challenge, please kindly use the YouTube link to join.
Hi there. Let's take a quick look at what's meant by the concept of corporate governance. Well, corporate governance is all about how businesses, and in particular companies, private limited or public limited companies, are run, how they're directed and controlled. And it's an important concept, particularly for companies, because of a concept called the divorce between ownership. Hi there. Let's take a quick look at what's meant by the concept of corporate governance. Well, corporate governance is all about how businesses, and in particular companies, private limited or public limited companies, are run, how they're directed and controlled. And it's an important concept, particularly for companies, because of a concept called the divorce between ownership and control. We've looked at this in a separate video. What this means is that companies are controlled by the board of directors, by the senior management. And they may also be shareholders, but in many situations, particularly larger, complex businesses, there are many shareholders who have no involvement in the day-to-day running or control of the business, but they are still owners of the business. Therefore, the board of directors have a duty of care, a duty to act in the interests of shareholders. And this is why the concept of corporate governance is so important. And it's why there are various processes in place to try and make sure it happens effectively. Now, corporate governance is the responsibility of the board of directors. It's one of their tasks so that they can fulfill this duty to the shareholders. And there are various legal requirements in particular for board of directors to comply with. The shareholders, who of course appoint the directors, appoint the board, just need to make sure that they're satisfied that the corporate governance rules, the processes are in place and that they're acceptable. So what are these key responsibilities of directors in a system of corporate governance? Well, clearly they're responsible for setting the direction and the objectives of the business, the aims and objectives. A key part of strategy is to do that, and then to decide and to determine the most appropriate strategy to achieve those aims and objectives. Part of that, of course, is then providing the leadership for the entire organisation to try to make the strategy effective, and to supervise management. So within the hierarchy, there will be different layers of management, from senior through middle management and possibly down to junior management. And the directors are responsible for supervising the managers that they put in place of the business. And finally, of course, a key part of the director's role is then to report to shareholders on how they're doing, both the financial position of the business, the performance of the business, but also other important aspects of business operation that shareholders want to know about. And that's how corporate governance works. This is a more detailed series of points here that you probably don't need to know for your specification, but if it's of interest to you, you may need to know, or may like to know, that there are various rules and regulations in place, in particular for public companies, that set out what's known as best practice for corporate governance, in particular splitting the role of the CEO, who's the executive leader of the business, and the chairman, who chairs the board of directors. Also importantly, making sure that companies, larger companies, have non-executive directors who are not involved in the day-to-day operation of the business and who are independent of the board, to act as the sort of the representatives, if you like, of the shareholders. But there we go. Hopefully that's useful. That's just been an overview and an introduction to the concept of corporate governance.
Okay, so I'm going to play another video on the summary of what we've been learning since Thursday. So please, let's watch this second video as well. So the second video is just a recap session with KPMG Consulting. So it is quite insightful, and I think we need to pay attention to it as well.
Welcome to Corporate Governance, how it works and its benefits. My name's Rebecca Gans, and today I have two corporate governance specialists with me, Mark Kippenberger. Welcome to Corporate Governance, how it works and its benefits. My name's Rebecca Gans, and today I have two corporate governance specialists with me, Mark Kippenberger.
Nice to be here, Bix.
Tim White.
Great to be here, Rebecca.
Glad to have you. And today we are going to cover what is corporate governance, how it works, the mechanics, and of course those benefits. Mark, could you explain to us what is corporate governance?
Bex, governance is really the bedrock of scalable business success and building that scale while enabling rigor and control in the process.
What are the key themes of corporate governance?
Well, the governance process brings comfort to an owner around the direction it's heading and its ultimate purpose. Really, the independence also provides greater accountability to those charged with execution.
So if a company actually wants to engage with corporate governance, what is the usual pathway for that?
Typically, an owner becomes stuck on an issue or a realization that they're building revenue without profit. So as a stepping stone to remedying that and receiving regular independent advice from their current sources, they could use the forum of an advisory board.
And this means they get regular advice without loss of control.
That's the beauty. The owner sets the period, whether it be monthly or quarterly, but the owners as directors of the business retain that control.
And the ultimate in terms of corporate governance?
They could go at a point that they're comfortable to appointing formal independent directors, but if that choice is made, then all those directors are jointly and severally liable for all decisions of that business.
And the fundamental thing is you have external parties as part of your decision-making process.
Yes, that's the process that adds the rigor.
And Tim, how does corporate governance work?
Rebecca, I think it's all about clarity, and that includes clarity of vision and purpose, clarity around policies and frameworks, clarity of performance, and clarity of and for stakeholders too.
And those benefits, let's look at those. Mark?
Well, foremost, it's common for revenue to grow without a lift in profit, and those profits are key to a future investment and ultimately shareholder wealth.
And Tim, what about market position and corporate governance?
Well, in essence, understanding your market is critically important. Knowing your customers and being able to respond appropriately to their needs, thereby improving your market positioning, critically important. And advisory boards or board of directors can bring an external perspective on things to enable you to do that and improve your competitive positioning.
And relationships, Mark, how does it impact there?
Well, it is true that as an advisory board forum, there needs a greater investment in the process of communication. We're really going beyond that 2 or 3 person business that has a conversation in the lift as they go to work each morning. But that investment enables both a sense of team and purpose. It provides greater motivation and aligns a greater number of people to an objective.
And looking at the impressive impact of corporate governance, Tim, could you walk us through that case study you told me about?
A great example is a company I was recently involved with. They were in the sunset industry. They posted a $2 million loss previous year, and the year prior to that, I think a similar level of loss. That turned around to see a $750K profit in the first year after putting in place an advisory board.
Amazing.
That advisory board was able to bring an external independent perspective, provide the skills, knowledge, networks and experiences that were lacking in the business to be able to take it forward.
Superb. Mark, what would you say are the 2 ultimate benefits of corporate governance?
Well, there are many, but I would say accountability and peace of mind. Creating scale brings challenges of both control and performance, and advisory boards enable that accountability and ultimately peace of mind for the owner.
That's it from us today. Thank you for your time and attention.
Pleasure.
Thanks, Rebecca.
All right, thank you so much. So the video we just watched, the 2 videos we watched, one gave summary of what board of directors, corporate governance with respect to board of directors, and then the other gave corporate governance, general overview of corporate governance. So I trust we were able to get some things from the 2 videos that were watched. Now I'm going to allow for comment. For those of us who have been with us from day 1 till date, what have been the major thing you've learned? Practically, you can apply in your company from day one till now. As we begin to round up, we just have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sections to deal with this morning, and then we'll be on our way. So you can unmute and let's hear from you. What has been your major point of learning? What is it that you've learned in this class from day one to now? Please feel free to unmute and let's hear from you. We'll just take 2-3 minutes and make that recap, and then we'll be summarizing the class in a moment. If you've been in class, day one, you were in class, day two. Let's hear from us. Except for one to say we've not really learned anything, then we can say in Hausa, say gobe, till we see again. I trust everyone could hear me. Please, if you can hear me loud and clear, can you please type 1 in the chat room if you can hear me loud and clear? All right, thank you. Now, if you want to say something, of course, we need us to say something. Just unmute and let's hear from you. I'm seeing quite a number of people who have been with us. Some joined us day one, some joined us day two, some have been from day one and day two. I know some people already typing in the chat room, but I would prefer you open your mic and then let's share thoughts together. What has been the major learning for you since the class began? Today we'll be having some workshop sessions, and I will encourage everyone to stay on board to partake of the workshop, because it's a critical aspect of this whole learning. Okay. So what has been our learning experience? What is that one thing that you've learned that you can apply to your organization? You know, I asked if you can hear me type 1. I only saw one person type 1. So does it mean it's only one person that is in my class? Who else is in class? Okay, so I have 2 people in class right now. So who else is in class? So I have 3, 4, 5 people in class. Who else is in class? I have 7 persons in class, 8. Who else is in class? I have 8 people out of 28, so maybe myself. So 26 people in class. 8 people have indicated that they're in class. So I have the 9th person indicating that he's in class. So the 10th person. Okay, so what have we learned from day 1 or day 2? If you watch the YouTube, so what has been the learning? The line is open. You just open your mic and let's hear from you. The line is open. You open your mic and then we'll share thoughts together. And then we'll round up the class, or round up this workshop. We've had a lot to talk about. Public corporations, private corporations, private sector, public sector management in terms of corporate governance. So what is it that you've learned? You know, after every class, someone will call me and say, wow, this was this, this was that. So I need you to tell us those things you used to say now. And some will send us WhatsApp messages. This is good, this is this, I have this, I have that. So let's hear from us. Wait, this is not an exam question. This is an interactive section. If someone is saying sound not high, does it mean it's the sound that is not high that is not making you to respond? Mr. Amankwa Andrews, whether the sound is high or not, you can hear me loud and clear. So what has been your learning experience from day one? So I have Nobu Obasi. Your mic is open. Please, you can go ahead and say something.
Hello, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning. So basically, I think yesterday I had missed yesterday's class because I was a different training for SEC. Well, however, I joined in for today a bit late, but I have a little bit of understanding about what has been taught so far during my short period here. First off, I must say it's commending. Thank you to the organizers, and it's I think it's a very rich it's a very rich lecture so far. So from what I have come to understand is the application of corporate governance. So we know that one of the reasons why there was I think there was so one of the reasons for the financial crisis actually could be related to lack of corporate governance, because if there is a proper corporate governance where there is a well-thought separation of power between the directors and the owners of the company, where transparency and accountability are enshrined in corporate environment, I think it would have stopped to a reasonable extent or prevented a full-blown financial crisis. So coming to the benefits, right? Earlier, as I said earlier on, transparency. So we know that, for example, where so there's a mandatory requirement for corporate public companies to have non-executive directors. I think about 3 non-executive directors who are not even related to any body in any person in the company. So that sort of characteristics, kind of create transparency and entrench bringing in people with the right expertise and reputation to be in those sort of corporate environment, and by a large extent is making the corporate environment more stronger and strengthened, for their line of business. Also, we can, talk about, say the role of chairman, the chairman of organizations. So before, we used to see a situation where the role of the chairman and the MD is kind of missed. So you can see, you find a particular individual holding both roles. But corporate governance has come to, kind of make that separation, because if same individual is acting as both the managing director as well as the chairman of an organization, there is not going to be enough transparency. It might breed corruption, and it might not breed growth for the organization. So these are few things I will have to say about this, but thank you very much once again for this.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Nobu. Thank you for the wrapped summary. Thank you so much. Okay, so I will take just one more. I will take one more. What have been your take home from day one, day two? And then we fire on. From day one, we looked at explaining what corporate governance was, and the concept of corporate governance and the foundational elements of corporate governance. We looked at it at day one. Then day two, we looked at day two, section 1. We looked at corporations, the features of corporations. Then we looked at what good corporate governance was, and then the components of good corporate governance. We looked at some of the acts surrounding corporate governance, the subordinates, and then we also looked at the role of government, which took us extensive time. When we returned in section 2 of the 2, we had the World Bank directives on corporate governance, the pillars World Bank suggests as corporate governance. And then we looked at corporate behavior, both in the private sector and in the public sector. And then we summarized with the emerging practices. We had extensive discussions on the role of government in corporate governance. We also had extensive discussion on the role of corporates in economic development, talking about sustainability, talking about pursuing not only economic impact, but also social impact. And then we looked at the emerging practices in corporate governance. We had the first, we had the second, and we had the third. And then today we will begin with looking at what corporate social responsibility is all about. And then we'll look at the role of board of directors in corporate governance. We'll look at the benefits of corporate governance and look at the principles of corporate governance and the rules of corporate governance. And then we'll take a very short workshop section and we'll call it a day. Remember that this is just the first level of this program. The second level, which is the senior level, will be commencing Thursday next week, Thursday, Friday, Saturday next week. And they are all impactful programs. Each of the sessions are impactful. So we encourage everyone to be part of it. For level 2, which is advanced corporate governance, we'll have policy and strategy administration. So whether private sector or public sector, will be discussing, of course, corporate governance is both internal and external politics coming together. So we cannot divorce internal politics, that's corporate politics, from public corporation politics. So they all work hand in hand. So we'll be looking at that. And then we'll also look at sustainability and impact management. Okay, corporate governance for sustainability and for impact. So we'll look at that also, both in the public and private perspective. Thank God in this program we'll have both public and private sector players. We have public sector directors here, and then we'll have private sector directors here. So it helps us to synergize thoughts and harmonize our attention on having the right framework for national corporate framework. And then we also look at monitoring and evaluation of corporate framework, and that will be tending towards corporate governance for performance, corporate governance for productivity, corporate governance for effectiveness and efficiency. How do we achieve those? And then we'll look at audits and compliance. We'll look at audits and compliance. And we'll be looking also at project management for development. No matter what you try to do in corporate governance and you don't bring in project management, it might be as good as not having anything, because the driving force of the effect or the impact of corporate governance is execution, initiation, execution of projects. So we need to look at frameworks for project development in line with corporate governance. And then we'll look at public-private sector partnership. And part of the things we'll be looking at there is the role of both public sector and private sector in driving national growth. How do you structure your company to be a patriotic company? How do you structure your framework to be towards national development? Not just me, myself, and I. How do you structure it for national development and then global development? And lastly, we'll then be looking at board of directors extensively. Board of directors actually is a workshop on its own. It is a big workshop on its own. So we'll try as much as we can to cover all of this. Each of these programs, each of these levels is meant to last us for 10 days. Each of them is meant to last us for 10 days. But based on how busy everyone is now, we are trying to do a crash program. Okay, so looking forward to seeing us in level 2. All right, so let's quickly look at what corporate social responsibility is all about as part of corporate governance. In recent years, there has been an increasing emphasis on governing corporations according to social and environmental norms and ensuring that the negative externalities associated with them are minimized. The negative externalities are the social and environmental costs that corporations impose on society and which are not factored into the costs incurred by them. Now, all through this course, we've been talking about the concept of integrating social impact, economic impact, and environmental impact to your business. And we also went as far as talking about political impact. Of course, yesterday in a extensive discussion, we saw how privileged CEOs and MDs of the private sector could affect political decisions, okay, either to monopolize or to make the governing rules be in their favor, okay, and we see such play all around the countries of the world, all right. I don't know how many of us watched NTA News 9 p.m. yesterday. If you watched NTA News yesterday, for those of us in Nigeria, you will see the newscast on the visitation of BUA Group to the president. Okay, the BUA Group visited the president at the villa within the week, and it was casted on the news yesterday. Now, those kind of private sector players, they have effect on political decisions, okay, because they have great role to play in nation building, especially on the aspect of development. The other day too, on the news, we saw the government of the Niger Republic, we saw the honorary awards that were given to most political elites and economic elites. Okay, so obviously joining the economic powers and political powers together, they will have veritable benefit to nation building, national development, if the governance structures are well laid. Okay, so we cannot dissociate politics and business politics. We cannot dissociate public and private politics. They have their roles to play. However, whichever one they are coming together, we should not negate the impact. Okay, we should not negate the impact of business to the social, environmental, and political environment. Okay, we should not negate that. So since this affects society without the corporations paying for them, there is need for the corporations to be socially and environmentally conscious and responsible as to minimize inconveniencing the society at large. This is the paradigm of corporate social responsibility, or CSR, which indicates the need for corporations to follow sustainable business practices. Yesterday too, we had anchor discussions on practices, business practices, unfair business practices. Yeah, we looked at unfair business practices, of which most of them affect the environment. Most of them affect the social situation of the people. We spoke about the case of a brewery in Nigeria that had to dispose their waste on farmland which led to the farmland becoming infertile because those effluents they were passing out were acidic to the soil, and the soil became infertile. Okay, while legal actions were taken, but those soil, the people who were to use those might not have it returned back to use in good time. Okay, and then in cases as what we have in Nigeria too, we have the cases of every now and then you hear of oil spillage, okay, which affects environmental situations, which also affects the peace and the social life of people within those environments. And all of these are production, the aftermath of productions, aftermath of manufacturing activities, which might not have not been well managed. Okay, so we will have to pay attention then to corporate social responsibility. And let me clearly say that whether your business is manufacturing or not, whether your business is civil or not, whether your business is religious or not religious, every business has an impact in the society, especially environmental and social impact. And therefore, every one of us must pay attention to having corporate social responsibility activities well funded for the purpose of redeeming the negative impacts of our businesses on the society. Some people will say our business doesn't have negative impact. If your business doesn't have negative impact, then there is a possibility that you never did impact, impact analysis on your business before commencing. Every business has its own risks. Okay, every business has its own risks, and some of those risks are negatively affecting the external environment. So we all need to sit down, like I said yesterday, and conduct an impact analysis of our business to the environment and to the social. Now, if you do not know how to go about it, then you may have to contract a consultant who will not be subjective on the basis of strengths only. It will also look at the weaknesses that the business is bringing, all right? The threats that the business is bringing. So it has to conduct a complete SWOT analysis on your business, okay? The other day, I think it was on Thursday, we had a meeting, and in Nigeria, we had a meeting with the Office of the Head of Civil Service of the Federation. And then we were reviewing the document, this Federal Civil Service Strategy and Implementation Plan. As voluminous as that program is, or as that plan is, as well designed as the program is, the program still, the people that design the program still observe that there are challenges with the program, there are weaknesses, there are threats the program itself is proposing. All right, so if a program as that could have weaknesses, could have threats, then just think of yours. Okay, still on the NTA news yesterday, the office of so somebody's mic was trying to affect mine. At the NTA news yesterday, if you watched, you could see the approval of the National Crisis Management Doctrine that was developed by the Office of, what's the name now? Forgotten the name of that office. Okay, but the president was the one that confirmed that document for security, management of security situations in Nigeria. Now, even with the fact that this document, as voluminous as it was, they still have to talk about the weaknesses. They still have to talk about the challenges that will be associated with the implementation of the document. So every business has its own impact. Every business has its own impact. And we must do our best to make sure that we join forces in reducing the negative impact of those businesses. Even if your school is, even if your business is an education-based, one of the challenges we are facing today is climate change, and all of us are contributing to it, whether we believe it or not. We are, all of us, every business in the world is contributing to climate change. In Nigeria, for instance, there is no organization that doesn't use IT-based gadgets. There is no organization that doesn't use maybe generator sets, okay? Whether it's soundproof or non-soundproof, you still consume carbon, okay? And we still have the influence of those things going and affecting the whole environment. So we cannot sit down and say, my business does not have negative impact. Your business does. Your business produces waste, whether you like it or not. Ask your cleaner whether there is no waste they get from the office every day. So those wastes contribute to the environment, environmental degradation, if not properly managed. Okay, if not properly managed. All right. So we all need to pay attention to the principle of corporate social responsibility. And like I said, it is meant to be in the default or the revised edition of corporate governance. The basic thing that we talk about in corporate governance is sustainability. Your business, no matter how profitable it is, how sustainable it is, how will it ensure that the environment is not destroyed, the social lives are not destroyed? We must all put that into consideration in whatsoever business we want to go to. Now, corporate social responsibility in the context of corporate governance, CSR means that corporations have to take into account society and the environment as stakeholders. So society and environment will take them into account as stakeholders and cater to their needs instead of just pursuing profits at the expense of everything else. We spoke so much about this yesterday, okay? Many corporates now routinely report how much cost they are imposing on society, the negative externalities, and their efforts towards minimizing them. Okay, their efforts towards minimizing them. Moreover, corporate governance is no longer just about transparency and accountability within business framework. Instead, it has been broadened to include the whole gamut of social and environmental concerns that make up corporate governance agenda. Every corporate governance framework, whether it is state-owned, federal government-owned conventions, they are now all centered towards social and environmental. Now, even if you go to ISO conventional guidelines on business sustainability, it will sit at the same thing. You go to McGregor's convention on business sustainability, it still tells you the same thing. Okay, we've actually talked so much about business continuity that we pay little attention to business sustainability or corporate sustainability, right? So we need to, having learned so much about business continuity, it's high time we begin to blend continuity with sustainability so that we can achieve continuity. Obviously, like I will always say, continuity cannot be achieved without sustainability in view. If the two are not working hand in hand, then someday continuity will be discontinued and business will run into extinction. So we must, therefore, as part of our continuity measures, ensure that we have sustainability measures tending towards environmental and social sustainability. In recent years, multilateral bodies like UN, United Nations, and World Trade Organizations have established normative rules of conduct under classifications like the UN Global Compact that bind organizations to social and environmental responsibility and formulate a set of guidelines that these corporations can follow. There are many corporates who are signatories to the UN Global Compact, and it is experienced that the guidelines though voluntary, would be followed by the corporate as part of their sustainability drives. And also there is in the ISO, International Organization for Standardization, in their sustainability guidelines, it has become imperative that organizations have sustainability compliance training and certifications, ISO compliance training and certification. So it's also a recommendation for all of us. If your company has not yet received the ISO compliance certification towards sustainability, maybe you need to start, not really maybe, you need to start working towards it. Okay, we all need to start working towards it. Okay, ISO compliance certification on sustainability. All right, on sustainability. Most international organizations on partnership terms and conditions are now considering sustainability as a key factor in deciding how these businesses work. Let me just take a little example. Let me show you some few examples of some organizations that sustainability is a major substance in their operations today. So let me take, for instance, let me take AG Leventis as a case study. Maybe I will take AG Leventis, and then I will take Dangote Group of Companies, and I'm going to show you from their website what their sustainability agenda is like. And then you also find that most of these organizations now have what we call foundations. Okay, and the foundations are moving towards what? Towards ensuring CSR. Okay, towards ensuring CSR. Okay, so let me quickly get these things on board, and then we could all view it together. And then you also have things like MTN Foundation today. You have the AG Leventis Foundation. You have MTN Foundation. You have several other things there. So let me share this with you. I do not with your permission, but I'm just this is just for educational purpose. So what you see on the screen is AG Leventis. So you see AG Leventis. Then there you see business sustainability. Look at the things they have there under sustainability. They have the AG Leventis Foundation. They have the Leventis Foundation Nigeria, because this is Leventis Nigeria. Then they have the AG Leventis Cares. Now, if you look at all of these things, they are all bordering around how to mitigate the impact of the activities in the nation or whatever country they find themselves. It is all about CSR defined, corporate social responsibility defined. Okay, so under the AG Leventis Foundation, you see things like the projects that they carry out just to support the country. You see their scholarship schemes. You see the initiatives they are bringing in. Okay, so this is all about CSR, incorporating corporate social responsibility in your corporate identity. Then you look at people like Dangote, you also see the same thing there. Look at Dangote Group of Companies, you see sustainability there also. Now, under sustainability, you have the Dangote, they have the Dangote Foundation. Okay, so there you see the social, you see social, you see environmental, okay. You see cultural. So whatever thing they are going to do, they have social policies, they have environmental policies, they have cultural politics, you have finance, institutional, operational, economic, that binds the economic binds them to the economy, right? Financial binds them to their profit. Institutional binds them to their projects that they do for business reasons and all of that. Operational binds them to effectiveness and efficiency, the commercialization, management of their commercialized activities, right? But you still see that they have people in view, which is the social, they have the environment in view, and they also have the cultural in view. So all of us, if you still go ahead, you will find people like what do they call these guys? These guys that RCC, not RCCG, RCC, what do you call them? RCC Construction Company. Yeah. Okay, let me see if I have something on them. So these organizations are very, very important. Okay, so in RCC, Reynolds Construction Company, one of the leading construction companies in Nigeria, under who we are, you still see sustainability. Okay, you still see sustainability. So sustainability is part of your business. It's part of our business. It's part of our business. It's part of our business. So then you see sustainability and community relations. All right, so all of us need to find how to bring in sustainability in what we're doing. We need to bring in sustainability in what we're doing. Corporate social responsibilities, we need to be sure of it. It's not a risk. I am sure, the other day I talked about the revision of the KAMA Act. Very, very soon, there will be another revised edition of the KAMA Act. And that revised edition will put sustainability in place. If you don't have sustainability, you cannot register your business. And very, very soon, there will be different integrations coming into business sector. And part of those integrations will be around sustainability. You must have visible sustainability measures. In fact, I was having a meeting the other day, and the question they were asking me, it was an international meeting. And then the question was, what is the social impact of this business you're running? What is the social impact of this business you're running? If you say social impact, most of us will just go straight to talking about job creation. You've created a job and all of that. Well, that's good. But the question is, how does your business affect the beggar on the street? How does it reduce the trauma and the pain of the less privileged, of the people who knows no way out? How does your business contribute to that? In Africa, we have a challenge. Sorry to say, I know we have a group of people here. So in your own country, you can talk about your own country. I'm talking about my own continent. Now, in Africa, we have a problem with business development. And that problem is that it's always about me, myself, and I. It's just about profit, 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 profit. Okay, it's just about profit, profit, profit. Even with the fact that we want to make profit, 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 profit. But when it's time to do compliance, you tell your accountant, make sure you balance the record that at the end of the day it will be 0-0. So you don't want to pay tax. That's funny. Out of the whole profit you made, which one is going back to nation building? Which one is going back to the community where you are hosted? Which one is going back to them? I've come to realize something in my studies towards corporate social responsibility. I found that with good CSR strategy, any business can survive in any environment. With my little study on CSR, I can categorically tell you that with good CSR strategy, any business can survive anywhere. Any business can survive anywhere. All right. Okay, thank you so much. So the question is for all of us, what is our CSR assignment? To the society, to the environment, to the social conditions, to nation building. I said this yesterday, and I'm saying it again. We have this attitude of what government is not doing. The question is, have we actually sat down and asked ourselves the question as company owners, what is it that we are not doing that we can do to help government? Several policies, several plans, programs that the government have that they cannot on themselves run, that requires the assistance of private sector. But most of us run away from government. We run too far away from government. Some of us, the regulatory agencies that regulate our own business, we will run away from them. And then you just want to do your business your way. Government shouldn't interfere. Nobody should interfere. That is not corporate governance. That is corporate failure. And that's why you see so many businesses, they start today and close tomorrow. Because there are some businesses, by the time you hide, one day government will catch up with you, and the only thing you have to do is change the name of the company. And then all of a sudden, the network, the reputation, and everything you've built over time just get lost. You start afresh. And then when you go to places they know you, now say, oh, sorry, we have to close the other company, and this is the new company. How does that sound? That is fraudulent. That is fraudulent in nature. So all of us need to take the responsibility. I could open hundreds of organizations, with their corporate social responsibility acts and all of that. Okay, so this is important for every one of us. Every one of us need to pay attention to this. But most often in the public sector, on their websites, which I think should be very bold, okay, on their website, you barely find, it's difficult to see them talking about partnerships. Okay, it's difficult to see them talk about how can you come in to become a partner? What programs are they running? They will tell us. But most often, how can private sector be part of this program? In most cases, in the public domain, we don't get to have that. Okay, and maybe I will just flash some of the public corporations we have in Nigeria. They are doing a great work, but the question is, where is the role of private sector? Okay, where is the role of private sector? How do we know what you're up to? Okay, how do we know what you're up to? These things will help us in building. Okay, in building. So if you look at some of these public sector websites, I think it's good we all sit down and review some of these websites. I'm using the websites I'm opening them because some of the directors are here, and some of the directors are part of the people who are responsible for public-private sector partnership in their organizations. Okay, so we need to find in clear terms, in popular terms, in good terms, how do private sector get their role to play in nation building or national development with all of this. So let me show us some of the public sector websites. So you see, this is in Nigeria as a case, this is Nigerian Communications Commission, very beautiful website. All right, so let's see whether we'll have sustainability anywhere. I find it difficult to find sustainability in any of the website. However, that does not mean that sustainability is not followed. It's just that they might not have captured it as a topical issue on their website. So there is need to make all of this. Now, if you look at NCC, you have licensing and regulation. Yep, that is good. But there is also a role, a public-private sector partnership role in this parastatal. Okay, that need to be paid, the attention need to be paid to. Okay, then you have another one. So this is another agency. So you have good information here. But talking about private-public sector partnerships, I'm not sure we have anything here. Okay, so it is good we make these things bold on our website. Of course, in line with Office of the Head of Civil Service, talking about innovation and digitization, we understand that at this point, everything we are doing, one of the primary front we have now is our website. Okay, so these things need to be paid attention to. Okay, so nimc.gov.ng, the website is not opening at the moment. So maybe we need to look at it if you're from NIMC. So let's work on it. So these are just some examples of, yesterday we talked about corporate behavior. So when it comes to sustainability, you've seen the behavior of private sector, how they consider sustainability. And then you also seen the behavior of the public sector on how they consider, on how they market sustainability. All right. Okay, do I have a question so far? Any question, any comment, any contribution? In fact, if it is possible, I would like to have one person from the public sector tell us, how do we bring, or how is sustainability incorporated in public service, public ministries, departments, and agencies? We have some of us here that are in public service. How is, I may not be able to mention name, but there are quite a number of us here that are in public service. So if you are late to speak, please feel free or mute, and let's hear from you. What is, maybe you tell us your ministry, your department, or your agency, and then tell us how is private or public-private sector relationship done in your ministry. For those of us that are private sectors now, how do we come in? What is our role in your ministry? What is our role in your department? So can we have a private, can we have a private sector player, sorry, a public sector player tell us something about that? In 1 minute or two, just tell us something about that. Who is giving us that brief? So I'm asking public sector directors present, what is the provision for private sector participation in your ministry or department or agency or parastatal? What is the provision towards sustainability? Do I have anyone to give us a voice?
Hello.
Yes, please.
Yeah, my name is Dr. Emmanuel Chenge. I work for. Yeah. Sorry, I've not been participating well because I sent you a private message. I'm sure you saw it. Yeah. Yeah, I work for the National Agency for Control of AIDS, and we're all aware that we may not be aware, but basically. The National Agency for Control of AIDS is responsible for policy development, coordination and development of architecture for treatment of all people with HIV and AIDS in this country.
Okay.
Just as it has the responsibility to enlighten citizens on ways to prevent it.
Okay.
And once you are on, I will only dwell on one aspect where there's private partnership, which a strategy we have developed.
Okay.
And once for now, there's no cure for HIV. There are various claims, but none has been scientifically proven. However, once you are tested HIV positive and you start on the drugs, you are supposed to be on the drugs for life, so that they give you maximum protection within you for your immunity system, so that you don't attract opportunistic infections, and also so that you don't infect others. There are quite a number of people that have HIV positive and are on these drugs, and they're not being able to transmit to their partners. because they have taken it to the level that they can no longer transmit. But they need to be on the drugs. So the major challenge we have is the cost of ensuring that people on this are constantly on drug. By our statistics, we have about 1.8 million people today living with HIV.
Wow.
Who are on treatment. And these drugs are given to them free of charge. Part of the funding that our agents are used to procure most of these drugs come from international donors. And they have been here since the advent of HIV. And so, even in the international community, there is donor fatigue. And many of the donors are beginning to pull out, or they're beginning to wind down. And so we had to look inwards, and we developed a sustainability plan. And part of it was to set up an HIV trust fund. And we engaged with various private sectors who keyed into it. And they have set up a trust fund office in Lagos. They have their chief executive. And if you follow the news, about 2 months ago, the HIV Trust Fund was formally launched in the villa. The president was personally there. And there were commitments from the big ticket holders who committed to supporting, to raise at least 65 billion naira towards ensuring that even as donors pull out, there is some level of sustainability. The good thing is that the strategy is such that the money doesn't come to us as an agency. All what we need is provide this equipment, provide the drugs, provide other accessories that prevent HIV, so that we will continue to distribute. And that appears to be a sound, because without that sustainability plan or model, you would discover that once these donors pull out, people will start dropping dead as if it's another third world war. Because once you are off the drug and the virus bursts into your system, the rate at which you go down is far greater than when you hadn't taken the drugs. So for us, that is key to us, and we're working around it, because time is running out. And it's a total sustainability plan, and we have engaged with the private sector, and the private sector too, they have keyed in. I don't know whether I'm in line. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chenge, for the enlightenment on NACA sustainability plan. So that is wonderful. I think another thing also NACA needs to do is to find out more of the thing we spoke about is donor, and it's just like the big wings. So the people like us on the street, what is our role? How do we come in? We need to make those information available on the website. There are some other people who might want to add to it. Okay, so we need to have those information ready for some of us that might not have some billions to give, but we might have some other activities that could help in fighting these kind of things. So thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you so much. That aspect is well factored up factored into the document, the sustainability document.
Okay.
And also, like some would have known, on every 1st of December, we have HIV Day, and it's a week-long activity. now that the president has formally launched the HIV Trust Fund, and the big tickets have keyed in and have made promises, we intend that this year's HIV will focus on enlightening the public and also soliciting other members of the public who want to key into the HIV Trust Fund. I was going through the document the other day, and I realized that part of the activities of enlightenment of the Trust Fund, which is outside of NACA, is that they intend to do road shows to enlighten people. But you know, these things, they come in gradually, but our focus this year on the HIV Day, beyond the theme that we will be keying into, will be also to enlighten people and members of the public on the Trust Fund, the role they have to play, and so on and so forth. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Director. So let's put those things on your website so that when we stroll to your website, we will start planning towards them. We also now have a social responsibility to play in assisting the government. Thank you so much. That's from the public sector. Now let's take someone from the private sector. What does your company do towards what CSR activities do your company do towards nation building? If you tell us the name of your company, we'll find it and we'll advertise it for free for you, as we have NACA here. So who is going? Tell us about your company. What is the sustainability plan? And also tell us the integration between your company CSR to government, to the social environment, and to the social and environmental community. So who is going? Who is going? The mic is open, you open and tell us your company, and then we'll find your company, and then let us know what is your role, what is your company's role towards corporate social responsibility. You mustn't be from Nigeria to do that. Anybody from anywhere can do that. Private sector is your time. I hope I'm not muted. I know I'm not muted. Private sector, we need someone. Tell us if you're proud of your company. You think you people are doing well in terms of corporate social responsibility. Just open up the mic. Tell us what your company is doing towards CSR. CSR activities your company does. The mic is open. You open, and then let's hear from you. I will not agree. Even if you tell me that your company do not do CSR, you know I will not agree. Okay, so who is giving us that from your own companies? Tell us how socially responsible your company is. How socially responsible is your company? How socially responsible is your company? Let us get to hear from you. What are the CSR activities that your company does, and how does it impact on the people? This is great. Nobody's saying anything. Okay. If you're sure you can hear me from wherever you are, please type 55 in the chat room. If you can hear me from wherever you are, please type 55 in the chat room. If you're not in a wedding ceremony. Okay, so please don't tell me in the chat room. Open up the mic, tell us the name of your company, and tell us the particular things you do. Don't tell us in the chat room. Open up the mic. Tell us your company.
Doc, I take the challenge.
Okay, so
Yeah,
you're welcome in this challenge. Tell
thank
us
you
the name
very
of your
much.
company. Let's find it.
My company is First Bank of Nigeria Limited,
Okay.
one of the topmost financial services company in Nigeria.
I'm not saying you should market your company, just tell us.
Okay. Now, we build health centers, we refurbish schools.
Okay.
We equally build enterprise centers in universities and other institutions of higher learning. These would do to make people know that it's not all about the profit alone, that we believe in the triple bottom lines of people, planet, and profitability. That is how we affect our own community. Besides that, there are other things we still do in collaboration with government, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. We provided foodstuff and so many relief packages to community and states generally through the there's an acronym for that committee that championed that cause at the time. I've forgotten, but that's what the bank does. A whole lot we do. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Engineer Ahmed. We just checked your website and we find out that you're saying the truth. So we have for First Bank Nigeria, on their website, you will see sustainability. So they are doing well. Education and healthcare.
Thank you so much, sir. You see, that's why it's not good to lie. So there is this initiative we call SPARK. Okay. SPARK means staff practicing acts of random kindness. We put our own money together, not the bank as a corporate institution this time, but the staff that work in the bank. We put together money, we deliver sustenance to people. We do a whole lot of things. We visit orphanages, we visit places where the old people stay, and we do things of our own volition, not necessarily what the bank asked us to do. We, the staff, we do that by our own selves. Thank you.
That's lovely. So the sustainability has entered you people. It has entered you people as individuals.
Exactly, sir.
All right. Thank you so much. So First Bank is a big boy company. So let's find from the upcoming companies now, or those that are not yet multi-trillion companies. So we've heard from corporate, public, we've heard from corporate, big private corporate. Now let's look at the smaller ones, the SMEs that are within us, or the MSMEs that are within us. Remove the SME and just take the M. If you're a micro business, you have between 5 to 10 staff or 0 to 10 staff. So what is your own company's plan or activities towards sustainability? Can we hear from people in that category? Can we hear from people in that category? Anyone in that category? Your company?
Hello, doctor.
Yes, hello, Professor.
Unfortunately, my website is not actually up and running because I've got issues with that, and they're trying to amend it.
Your company is your Facebook?
Yeah, it's a private one. Just yeah, we is House of Honor. We are into coaching and training.
So House of Honor. So House of Honor is on Facebook.
It's on Facebook. No. The one that's on Facebook is the church's own that is on Facebook, not the company's own that is on Facebook.
So where can we find House of Honor on the internet?
Don't worry, by the time it's come back on, I'll give it to you to just go through all of them. For now, it's not there. It's on, yeah. So what we do here this is
not your property. House of Honor.
No. It's not that one.
Okay.
House of Honor Academy. No, not that one. Yeah, it's not there. So, yeah. What we do is we are actually into raising young adults. Because right here where we are, we've got a lot of mental issues when it comes to young adults and women as well. So what we do is to take them through some mental courses, and those ones that have got issues with their mental health, we try to coach them, mentor them until they come back to a certain degree that they can actually mix around with people in the society. And we usually run lectures or trainings or for the young adults on how to raise their confidence and move into the society, because basically here, especially the Black community children, they've got these confidence issues and is actually affecting them. So many of them has dropped out from schools. So many of them run away from homes. And this is what we do. We make sure that these people, these children actually understand who they are, be confident in themselves, in their color, in their sizes, and everything, and they can actually have a voice in anything they're doing. Basically in Nigeria too, what we do is an individual thing though. We set up few or more people that go into educating young people as well. And we do these ones on Zoom anyway, educating young people as well to train them on self-confidence and mental health issues. So this is mental health awareness that we're actually raising, and people that have been abused to regain their confidence and their voice. So this is actually what we do at the moment. Yeah, thank you so much.
This is lovely. So we've seen that everyone has a role to play. Public sector has its own role, private sector has its own role. Now, private sector, whether it is private, public limited liability company or private limited liability, all of us have our roles to play. Now, someone in the chat room says, Chinasa Limited, we organize seminars and conferences for teachers. We render free teachers training for schools in rural areas in partnership with organizations. Okay, and the organization is blog.tchinasa.com. All right. So everyone need to play, all of us need to play our role in assisting or supporting national building. Let us not take up that mindset. It is government responsibility. They've approved billions and trillions. So what are they doing about it? No. Let us know that all of us have a role to play. Okay, all of us have a role to play. In IPM, for instance, since our inception, we have diverse programs that we do for corporate social responsibility purposes. We have programs that we run for education-based people. Those we run for rural education teachers, education inspectorates, and all of that. Then we have youth programs. We have the youth enterprise development programs we run across universities in Nigeria. And one of the funny things about all of this we do is that we sponsor these programs ourselves. We fund it from A to Z. In recent time, we started up the Samuel D Fellowship Program for Public Service in line with the Federal Civil Service Strategy and Implementation Plan 2021 to 2025, which we'll call the Structured Advanced Management, Entrepreneurship and Leadership Fellowship Program for public servants. At least for the first time, we had people who came to sponsor the program. So most of our members turned out to sponsor the program. Okay, and the second phase of that program is coming up November 28th. Okay, training 200 public service workers from different MDAs on management, development, entrepreneurship, and all of that. And the whole essence is just to assist in achieving the FCIP 2021 to 2025, which is aimed at building competency and skills, driving high productivity, high performance, effectiveness and efficiency in public service, driving effective service delivery, driving innovations, driving performance, driving staff welfare. Now, for us in IPM, staff welfare for us is not just doing service. So part of the program addresses that aspect of post-service life. So on retirement, what do you do with your life? Last week, we visited a high-ranked official who said he'll be retiring in less than 2.5 years. And in the midst of the discussion, and I asked a question. And this person is maybe he's in this class, I don't know, but the question I asked was, please, what's your retirement plan? And he looked at me eyeball to eyeball, like, what are you trying to say? Okay, and then he said to me, when it gets to, is it 1 year to retirement, then he will plan for it. I'm like, wow, this is amazing. Okay, and before you know it, that 2 years is gone. Before you know it, 2 years is gone. So how do you prepare yourself for retirement? So the Samuel D Fellowship Program helps to build capacity for effectiveness and efficiency in service, performance and productivity in service, and also prepares public servants for retirement to engage in productive entrepreneurial ventures on retirement. A research was carried out, and the researcher who I think wouldn't be mistaken, because the researcher is a world scholar and an academic doctor for that matter. So he said about 92% of retired public servants end up in poverty after retirement. 92%. And when we talk about public service, we'll start from the grassroots up to the federal level. Okay, and it is quite pathetic. If we have 92% of people plunging into poverty, that means the country is going down the more. Instead of going up, we are going down. Okay. And there's something I would like to tell us in this class. This is just a little digression, but let me just say it. If you are a parent in this class, if you're a parent, you're a father or you're a mother, please can you type 6 in the chat room? If you're a father or you're a mother, please type 6 in the chat room. If you're a father or you're a mother, please type 6 in the chat room. Because I want to say something very, very important to us all. If you're a father, you're a mother, please type 6 in the chat room. Type 6 in the chat room, all right. So for all the fathers and mothers, please listen to me well. There is a mistake of our fathers. And the mistake of our fathers has turned to become our own belief. And that belief is becoming the undoing of the future of our children. I'll repeat that again. It was the mistake of our fathers. The mistakes of our fathers became our belief. And those beliefs have become the undoing of the glorious destinies of our children. If you're a father here, and if you're a mother here, the best gift you can ever give to your children is not the gift of teaching them to be moral. It's not the gift of giving them the best education, having first class, second class, third class, whatever you have, giving them masters and PhD. No. The best gift you give to them is the gift of becoming responsible for their countries. The best gift you give to your children is the gift of teaching them to be responsible, making them nationally responsible. And what is this mistake of our fathers that has become our belief that is leading to the undoing of our children? This belief of you have to go to school to get a job, to secure your life. Please, that is a circle of bondage. That is a very big circle of bondage. Let us teach our children, instead of coming out to look for a job, let them, before they even think of going to school, let them know the kind of problems they want to solve, so that by going to school, they will get the right knowledge that will help them solve those problems. The reason why we are having high unemployment rate in Nigeria is because we have a dungeon called educational system in Nigeria that is producing people that cannot solve problems. So no matter what you call the best of education, if they cannot solve problems, they are problems themselves. So the educational system has turned out to become producers of problems for the nation. We must teach our children to be entrepreneurs. That sounds crazy, but that is just the reality. And by being an entrepreneur, I don't really mean going to start a business. No, they must have the entrepreneurial mindset, the entrepreneurial ability. You don't need to own a business to become an entrepreneur. An entrepreneur is someone who is always looking out for problems to solve and finding the most appropriate ways to solve that problem, using the most meager resources available to him or her. So you don't need to own a business to solve a problem. You don't need to own a business to become an entrepreneur. If you go home today, I was speaking with a director sometimes ago. He said the mistake he made was to pick a job. But the mistake he will not make is to allow his children think that without job, there is no life. So all of us need to become responsible in driving patriotism from the grassroots, which is in our families. You see, this early morning wake up call, we sit down our children and begin to tell them, you need to go to school so as to get a good job, and then you marry and take care of your children. And then when I'm old, you now take care of me. Please, let's stop that. Let's give them the right mindset so that they will have the right attitude towards nation building. If everyone should depend on government, in fact, one of the reasons that government is collapsing on a daily basis is because we have worked through the belief system of our fathers, okay, the mistakes of our fathers, which became our belief, and gradually becoming the undoing of our children. The beliefs, the mistakes of our fathers. Am I saying that education is wrong? No. What I'm saying is, let's have a way of teaching our children to find out their purpose of existence even before they go to school. So that when they go to school, they know what problem they are going there to gain knowledge to fix. If you look at the situation in Africa, we have every now and then you see scholarship, all manner of scholarship coming to Africa. Largest population of people giving or receiving scholarship in the world from Africa. Why? I had to listen to Brian Tracy one day, and he said in America, before you start going to school, you know the problem that you want to solve as a person. So that when you go to school, you acquire the skill to go and solve the problem. So with or without job, you're already focused on a problem to solve. And your passion towards solving that problem could create job if need be, right? My uncle told me something. My uncle, who was once one of the, let me not say much. Now, he said something, he said in Germany, because those days we wanted to travel out by all means. So one day he called me. He said, in Germany, you don't go to school until you know what you're going to school to do. You don't go to school until you know what you're going to school to do. In Africa, we only have one reason of going to school, and that is go to school, get a certificate, get a job. That's all. We don't go to schools to solve problems. We don't go to schools to build skills. We don't go to school to build competency. We don't go to school to even build knowledge. We just go to school to get a certificate, get knowledge, get a job, that's all. And unfortunately, that cannot help. And that's why Africa has become the hub for mobilization of bright brains out of the country. So UK will send their own, select the best brains ever, go, teach them the problem, teach them the solution to the problem, identify it, and then they become relevant. You know, I was discussing with someone over the weekend, I said something. When I went to take a course in health, safety, and environment, there was this section that talked about fire extinguishing, fire. So the lecturer was teaching on fire extinguisher, and we spoke about different types of fire extinguisher, came with different types of fire extinguisher. And then there is what he called silicate oxide. He says silicate oxide is another form of fire extinguisher. I was like, wow. So where can we find silicate oxide? He did not answer that question. So one day I went to buy fuel, from a filling station. And then I saw on one bucket, red bucket, I saw silicate oxide. I'm like, how will a chemical be inside a bucket and it's open? Okay. And when I went close, the bucket was filled with sand. I called one of the attendants. I said, this is silicate oxide. So where is the chemical? And the young man looked at me and said, the silicate oxide is sand. I'm like, what do you mean? So why didn't they teach us in school that silicate oxide is sand? Why would they have to make everything complicated? Because we have borrowed mindset. All the Nigerian government on education, we are running on borrowed mindset. We don't even teach anything indigenous to ourselves. Now, there is this error, another error that I've seen. I've complained about this severally. Not really complain. I've made a whole lot of recommendation to NYC on this. In school, you teach people to get certificates and get job. In camp, you now tell them to do skills acquisition and entrepreneurship development. And then in camp, you'll be telling them, you know, there is no job. You have to go and get skill. And you want them to get skill within the shortest time. And then by the next year, you want them to come and tell you that, sir, I now have 20 people under my payroll. We have ruptured their mind from beginning of their, in fact, from their mother's womb. All we want them to have is go to school, get the best grade, get job. And then all of a sudden, these people are now in their 20s. Their brains are now well formed. It is not difficult to change their mindset to some extent. And then you come and you're telling them, do skills enhancement, skills acquisition, what do you call the other one? Entrepreneurship development. And even in the NYC, as the case may be, skills acquisition is not entrepreneurship development. We need to drive this down. Skills acquisition is different from entrepreneurship development. In NYC, what they do is skills acquisition. Entrepreneurship development is not there. So they just need to put it SE instead of saying Said. It's not Said. It's just SA, skills acquisition. The entrepreneurship development is not yet there. So if you want to give gifts to your children, when you go talking to them, why telling them that having good education is good? Tell them to find peculiar problems that their education will solve. So that when they come out tomorrow, we will not be saying, he just finished school, we are waiting for if there will be a job. This one I just said now may not sound good, but stop telling your children, go to school, get best grade. In fact, stop flogging your children because they did not score A. There are different kinds of education. So intellectual, academic prowess does not mean failure. Or poor academic prowess does not mean failure. All right? Am I supporting that they shouldn't be brilliant? No, they should. But find their own areas and make sure that they are in those areas. Okay, make sure that they are going to school is to solve a problem. Not that when they are now, you know, in Africa, we say a fool begins at 40. I was studying that grammar or that particular statement. And I went through different countries. I wanted to find out at what point do they call someone a youth? In Africa, even at 50, you're still a youth. Now, I went to America. I found out that by 18, from 18 to 21, you were completely responsible for your life. From 18 to 21, right? In Europe, I found out that by the age of 23, you're supposed to be independent. You're supposed to be independent. That's where labor force comes in. At some other countries, I saw 25, I saw 27. In Africa, World Bank report in Africa, youth 40 to 50, you're still a youth. Go and check the record from WHO, sorry, what they call them. Yes, WHO, World Health Organization. Go and check their report. Who is a youth in Nigeria? Then check who is a youth in other words. That means half of our life before we even come to our senses is almost gone. And that's why we find it easy to falsify our age. Because when you're not proud of the achievement you've had over the past 40, 30 years, how will you wake up and say you are you are 30. When your mates at 30 are already running for presidency in other countries. All right, so let's do the right thing. Let's do the right thing. Get our children to have the right mindset. All right, education is good, but let them have the right mindset before they start going the one that at the end of the day we might end up waiting for a miracle to happen, for their lives to get meaning. How will you spend millions of naira, hundreds of thousands, to make your child a solution? And when he or she is done, you are now praying God again. Please, let's help God answer these prayers on time by getting it right. All right? Okay, thank you so much. I've said so much about that. Not everyone may agree with me, but I'm just telling you that is part of your corporate social responsibility. In fact, that is part of your family social responsibility as a father, as a mother. Let's stop this over-dependence on government. We are killing the government with that. We are putting too much weight on the government with that. Okay? And please note, for any activity that we do that it is putting too much weight on government, is also bringing the weight back to you, whether we like it or not. Anything government cannot do, it cannot do. We cannot force them. We can only talk against it, talk about it, talk in it, talk out of it, but we can't change it. Okay? And also, on a final note, everyone listening to me now, your brain is fully formed. You have your belief systems. There are things we cannot change again. But you have a responsibility to change something in you. And that is start changing your mindset on this issue of entrepreneurship. And remember what I said, entrepreneurship does not mean you have to go and start your own business. No. Your entrepreneurship is simply owning your own idea, owning your own solution. With or without partnership, it can be achieved, whether you are employed or not employed. Okay? Entrepreneurship in your place of work. In fact, there is a research that showed that most companies prefer to hire people that have entrepreneurial mindsets. Most companies prefer to hire people with entrepreneurial mindset because it is easy for you to bring innovation. It is easy for you to drive creativity. It is easy for you to drive product development and all of that. But I say this, I was telling them in the office today, we have three types of people in the workplace. There are those that give their bosses work through creative thinking, through innovative thinking. They challenge their organizations to sit up. While there are those who the organization give work, until there is instruction, there is nothing they will do. They never make any contribution. Anytime you ask them, they tell you it's not part of my work description. Thinking is not part of their work description. Creativity is not part of their work. They are waiting for, sir, what do we do? In fact, some of them don't even ask, what do we do? It's just there. This is what you're to do today. They do it. Then you have the third group of people. They neither give their bosses any form of good thinking, nor take responsibility. They are just there. Those people, they believe that when they write exam, they will definitely be promoted. No assignment, no creativity. In fact, some of them in the private sector, by the time you stay 2-3 weeks, 3 months, your company will just kick you out because you are just a liability. Okay, you're just a liability. So let's take up the responsibility of changing our mindset. Put yourself more now to engaging in trainings that will reform your mind on the basis of entrepreneurship and have good understanding of entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is not self-employment. Let's get it right. Stop preaching self-employment and start preaching entrepreneurship development. They are two different things. When we get there, we'll talk about it. What brought me to this is just a digression. We need to pay attention to the right things. Family social responsibility, we need to pay attention to that. Okay, so if you're with me, say hi. If you're not with me, say nay. Let's see who will have it. If the eyes have it, we'll know. If the nays have it, we'll know. So if the eyes of it will move. Okay. So thank you. All right, so let's quickly look at an example of corporate social responsibility. We've had quite a number of examples from the ones we gave in class. But before we take this example, let's take a 2-minute break. And then when we return, we will be looking at this case study. Let's take a 2-minute break, stretch out, take a sip of water, and then we'll be back in 2 minutes. Thank you. All right, well, welcome back. Well, welcome back. Well, welcome back. Well, welcome back. Please, if you're back with me, please kindly type 66 in the chat room. If you're back, if you're still on, please type 66 in the chat room. Okay, so we are all welcome back. So please, I need someone to help me with the readouts. I need a co-facilitator to help me with readouts. Co-facilitator to help me with reading the real life example we have it. The co-facilitator, please. Anyone, please. I don't necessarily mean if you can If you can see the screen and you are led to read, please kindly unmute and go ahead. Or you just raise your hand, rather, I will unmute you. Co-facilitator needed. Vacancy, vacancy, vacancy. Co-facilitator needed. Who is with me? Uh-oh. I know my I know my voice is a little high, so okay. If nobody wants to help me out, let me go ahead. So I have Shiksha is Procter & Gamble's signature corporate social responsibility program, launched in India, and is an integral part of Procter & Gamble's global philanthropy program, Live, Learn, and Thrive. A research conducted by P&G in India found that education is one of the prime causes that consumers are most concerned about, and they are looking for a simple way to contribute towards this cause. So P&G launched Shiksha in 2005 to enable consumers to contribute towards the cause of education of underprivileged children through simple brand choices. As a result, the consumers gave their unanimous support to Shiksha movement by buying P&G brands for 1/4 of the year, thus enabling P&G to contribute a part of the sales towards the cause. Shiksha now operates across the length and breadth of India and has built over 200 plus schools and empowered the lives of more than 385,000 children. Shiksha has contributed greatly towards the health and hygiene facilities at schools, such as clean drinking water and separate toilets for boys and girls, advanced educational aids such as libraries and computer centers, as well as basic infrastructure needs such as classroom. Shiksha's movement, or Shiksha movement, is dedicated and stands true for its motto, Beggar India, meaning educated India, progressive India. Okay. Now we have an acronym here that we used earlier. So we've seen what P&G did, and please, there's something I also want us to get in mind. Corporate social responsibility does not mean you're the only one doing it. Okay, you get the support of others. In fact, for your CSR to really work, you definitely need to get the support of other parties, other stakeholders, to make it work. So when we say CSR, don't bother, don't start breaking your head on who sees the money, where do you get the money from? All right, so just make sure that your heart is towards it. If your heart is in it, then the partnerships will start coming, the opportunities will start coming. And on that, what does the acronym WTO stand for? Please type A, B, C, or D in the chat box so that we know what you have to say. We used WTO earlier, so what does it mean? What does WTO mean? So someone says A. Let's see who is agreeing with him or disagreeing with him. What does WTO mean? WTO, what does it mean? Three people are saying A. Three people are saying A. So if we get another support now to A, maybe we'll just, okay, so 4 people said A, 5 people said A. So let's find out. Okay, so WTO stands for World Trade Organization. Any other thing that is not World Trade Organization may sound like it, but that's not it. Now, I have an advice to give to entrepreneurs, startup entrepreneurs in the house. If your company is within 3 to 5 years, or 1 to 5 years, or 1 to 10 years, please, you need to take this advice from me. Before you go asking for business support, please have proofs that you can deliver. Before you go asking for business support, please develop proofs, and more importantly, social proofs. I will stop at that. I will repeat that again. Before you go asking someone to support, invest, do this or that, you want to do those such program or that program, please have proofs. Have, more importantly, social proofs. It will help you in driving whatever thing you want to achieve. Now, let's quickly look at the role of board of directors. We now look at institutional investors who are not individuals, but large fund managers and investment houses play a major role in promoting good corporate governance. The main issue about institutional investors and corporate governance is something called an urgency program that creeps up with professionally managed organizations. The agency problem indicates that managers have conflicting interests with that of organization, and they seek to promote their interests at the expense of the organization's interests. Hence, managers seek to maximize their benefit in relation to profit, and hence there is a need for counterbalancing this with other forces. These forces can be counterbalanced by institutional investors who have an interest in promoting the larger or the longer term health of the company in the following ways. So I have rows 1 to 5. So let's look at row number 1. By actively pursuing the board of organizations to follow effective corporate governance, institutional investors ensure that the corporate puts the longer term interest of the organization, as well as ensure that organizations put shareholder interest over the interest of the managers. Number 2, institutional investors often represent large chunks of shareholders, and hence they can be an effective check to the tendency of the managerial class to put their own interests first. Number 3 role of institutional investors. Moreover, they have the necessary expertise and knowledge in running organizations, hence they sit on the board of other companies as well. Number 4, institutional investors are more effective than small shareholders. In most annual general meetings, small investors raise questions related to corporate governance and are overruled because they do not have the numbers. On the other hand, institutional investors represent humongous numbers and have the bargaining power to make a difference. The flip side is that institutional investors do not usually pursue radical changes and instead focus on maintaining the financial and operational efficiencies of the organization and promoting good governance. Number 5, finally, institutional investors can be a rock of stability in turbulent times. It can help in pressurizing the corporate in taking notice of many objections of the shareholders are generally ignored by the corporate. Further, institutional investors make sure that the company follows social and environmental norms and fulfill its obligation to society and to government. These are part of the roles of the board of directors. Regulators all over the world have been implementing a series of policies aimed at improving corporate governance and ensuring that companies follow ethical and normative rules of business. A part of this initiative has been to guard the companies to nominate a certain percentage of their board to persons who are not affiliated to the company, talking about the independent directors. These are the so-called independent directors who sit on the boards of companies in a purely professional manner without having a hand in the day-to-day running or other activities of the company. These independent directors are drawn from a pool of professionals who have been wide or who have wide industry experience and are qualified to sit on the boards of the companies. What makes this process appealing to the regulators is that these independent directors can bring the much needed objective perspective and balance, since they are not connected to company nor its management and hence do not have hidden agendas. In India, while the SEBI and the more corporate affairs ministry have decreed that between 10 to 15% of the composition of the board must be made up of independent directors. 10 to 15% of the board must be made up of independent directors. So when you have all those board of advisors, technical advisors, and all manner of advisors, they should be there to help in objective decision making. Okay, that's very, very important. This move is aimed. This move is aimed to bring in more objectivity to the part of corporate governance and introduce transparency and accountability from the directors who are drawn from rank of the management. It's also important, though we are not dealing with board of directors in depth in this particular batch or in this particular level, but it's also good when you're selecting those directors, please make sure you do your due diligence research. Please make sure you do your due diligence research. Make sure you do your due diligence research. And please, while you're nominating directors, make it provisionary, okay? Make your nomination provisionary, okay? Let it be on certain terms and conditions. Let it be both provisionary and probationary. If the person does well within a limit of time as approved, then you can decide to give the person an unconditional appointment. But where the person you're just starting a company, or even if your company is well established, please let the board of directors, especially the independent directors, let their provision or let their nomination be both provisionary and probationary. Provisionary and probationary. At least probationary for a period of 1 year, 6 months to 1 year. Within that period, we would have known what impact they are prospecting to bring. By provisionary, make sure there are roles and responsibilities. There are reward systems attached to the responsibilities that they are going to be taking. Okay. Very, very important. At any point, if you have a question for me, please just raise your hand and go ahead. In the US, independent directors have been known to bring in a fresh perspective as well as check the runaway business behavior dictated by profits and personal benefit. In many companies in the US, the independent directors are the ones who often stop the management from taking decisions that are based on personal benefit as opposed to the interest of the shareholders. So we are beginning to see the benefit of independent directors. And this is the fear of most of us that own companies. We don't want people who will tell us, don't go that way, go this way. Okay, we don't want those kind of advice. Okay. So if you are an MD, if you are a CEO, if you're a GMD, group chairman or what have you, you have to be open to thoughts, open to debates, open to judgment in the fairness of the public, in the fairness of the shareholders, in the fairness of all stakeholders concerned, right? Further, independent directors are tasked with investigating cases of corporate malfeasance and unethical behavior because of their supposed objectivity. However, there have been instances where independent directors themselves are acquitted in the wrongdoing of the companies and their boards. That's why I say their nominations should be both probationary and provisionary. The solution to leaks has been the initiative to make the independent directors responsible for the actions of the board, so they have a stake in ensuring that the board does not trade on the wrong side. Any public, limited, or private company needs to have a board of directors constituted for the purpose of oversight and accountability of the company. The concept of board of directors is that it provides guiding body under which the company can operate in and ensure that the decisions and actions taken by its management are reviewed. The reason for the existence of the board of directors is that there needs to be a body that is above the management and which can be accountable to the regulators and shareholders for the decision taken by the management of the company. Hence, it is common to find many members of the management sitting on the board as executive directors. Again, it is for this very purpose that the regulators deem the company to have a certain percentage of directors in the non-executive capacity, which are the independent directors, and who are independent. The concept of the board has been introduced explicitly to ensure that ethical and normative rules of conduct of corporate governance are followed. In many cases, the board of directors act as the ombudsman as well for shareholder complaints and grievance redressal. Further, the board of directors is comprised of individuals with exemplary records of managing companies, and hence it is expected that the board of directors would provide technical and managerial guidance to the way in which the company is run. Moreover, the concept of the board of directors is also important for pivotal role it plays in providing good governance or good corporate governance. So the company is governed in the way the board directs the management in its operation of the company. The board of directors is expected to steer the company away from agency problems, conflicts of interest, and asymmetries of information in the way shareholders are briefed about the decisions taken by the company. See, it is important to bear in mind that all the problems with corporate governance boil down to one thing: board of directors aren't independent enough. Also, corporate performance can be improved by holding chief executive officers to stricter performance standards. Relationship between board of directors and management. Though the board oversees the decisions taken by management and approves them along with acting as final arbitrator of the strategic decisions and focus that the company is heading into, the relationship goes beyond that. For instance, the board of directors is responsible for the actions of the management, and hence not only does the board need to monitor the management needs to take the board into confidence about its decisions. Hence, the relationship can be described as being symbiotic, with each serving in an ecosystem called the organization. Hence, neither the management nor the board can exist without each other, and hence both need each other to survive and flourish. Another relationship between the board and management is that quite often there is a significant representation of management in the board. This means that The other board members have to study the decisions taken by these members carefully so that there are no agency problems, conflicts of interest, and asymmetries of information. True progress of the organization can only occur when the board and the management coexist together harmoniously. Hence, there must be a provision for having independent directors and those directors that are not affiliated to the management. This is because conflict of interest can only be avoided when there is objectivity and separation of powers belonging to the management and those from outside. Another aspect is the role played by institutional investors or directors from large equity houses and mutual fund companies. These directors bring to the organization expertise and experience in running companies, and hence their input is crucial to working of the company. It is for this reason that many regulators insist on having a certain percentage of the board as independent directors and another percentage from institutional shareholders. Also, whenever the company is not doing well, the relationship between the board and management is somewhat strained. This happens because the board has a top view of the organization and management has a deeper insight. This problem is faced by many companies, especially when they are not doing well. Hence, to overcome this problem, the board should be aware of complexities of the day-to-day operations and the nuances and subtleties of running the organization. Now, benefit of corporate governance as we begin to round up. The following are various benefits of corporate governance. Strong corporate governance maintains investors' confidence, as a result of which company can raise capital efficiently and effectively. Good corporate governance also minimizes wastages, corruptions, risks, and mismanagement. We are just summarizing everything we'll be learning. There is a positive impact on the share price. It lowers the capital costs. It provides proper inducement to the owners as well as managers to achieve objectives that are in the interest of the shareholders and the organization. Good corporate governance ensures corporate success and economic growth. It ensures organization is managed in a manner that fits the best interest of all. It helps in brand formation and development. We've already watched this video over and over again, so I'll just go straight. Quickly, the principles of corporate governance. Number one, ethical approach. Organization's image, culture, and society must be represented ethically. Balanced objectives. Agreement of goals by all interested parties. And the objectives must cover social goals, environmental goals, political goals, economic goals, legal goals, and then other goals that can come in. Equal participation of each party. Roles of key players such as owners, directors, and staff, there must be equal participation of each party. Existence of proper decision-making process. Decision should reflect all other principles and give due importance to stakeholders. Caring for stakeholders, though some have greater importance than others. So you need to know, so in level 2, while we'll be dealing with stakeholder management, there is something we call stakeholder mapping. Okay, so we'll be using stakeholder mapping to understand the different interest and power rates of stakeholders and how to manage the different power ratios, interest ratios, influence ratios of stakeholders. Then accountability and transparency to all stakeholders. There is also what we call the principle of being a good citizen. That's talking about sustainability now. Being a good citizen. You must be a good citizen, part of corporate governance. Be a good citizen. And I'm talking about it from the corporate perspective. And finally, rules of corporate governance. While ethics, alignment of business goals, organization, strategic management, and reporting. Under ethics, business should be carried out on a clearly ethical basis. Alignment of business goals, a proper stakeholder decision-making model should be used to reach appropriate goals. Organization, the structure of the organization should promote good corporate governance, strategic management, and efficient and effective strategy process should be implemented, which incorporates stakeholder value. Reporting, talking about transparency and accountability should be propagated through a properly structured reporting system. Like I said, in level 2, we'll be dealing with policy and strategy administration. So when we get there, we will deal with that. Now, let's take this time out to now do this workshop, and then we'll come up with the presentation, and then we'll call it a day. Now, before we go doing that, if you have not joined the WhatsApp group, please ensure to join the WhatsApp group so as to get all the information. I will also be, by the time we are done with the workshop, we'll pass some announcement, and then we'll be calling it a day. So if you have not joined the WhatsApp group, I'm getting the link in the group right now in the chat room. In the WhatsApp group, we'll give you all the updates you need to have. And I recommend that everyone that took part of level 1 should also go and complete the program. There are several benefits that this opportunity of knowing about corporate governance could bring to you. You know, I spoke about the development of the Federal Civil Service strategy and implementation plan. It takes a corporate governance consultant or takes a corporate governance professional to draft such document. And then we talk about the National Crisis Management Doctrine. It takes a corporate governance consultant to also do such. At corporate governance consulting, we have big roles to play in institutionalizing good corporate governance. Okay. In our workplaces, there is need, or there are needs for the development of effective policies, effective strategies, effective work culture that will drive good corporate governance. So I will recommend everyone join us in group in level 2. That is from Thursday to Saturday next week. Okay, and also we stated that the certification is in 2 phases. So if you think you only want to do level 1 and you don't want to do level 2, and you want to go for a certification, you're welcome. If you want to go for level 1 and 2, you're welcome. Also, by the end of this program, there is opportunity to be chartered by the Chartered Institute of Management Consultants USA. If you want to become a chartered corporate governance consultant, you can also apply for that. But the requirement is that you must complete the 2 levels. You must have completed the associate level and you must have completed the lead level. That will form the basis of our reporting that, yes, this person has covered the curriculum and has made the requirement for being chartered. Okay. And please, to be chartered, there are other certain conditions we'll put into consideration. Okay. If you have less than 15 years of experience in management, please, we recommend don't bother about getting chartered now, because you might not even understand all of what we'll be talking about. Okay, so if you have less than 15 years in management, please, you don't need to bother about getting chartered for now. And just get your certification, and then with time, when you understand the nitty-gritties by application, then you can start talking about getting chartered. So you can run level 1 and level 2, get your certification, and then work towards getting chartered by practice. Okay. If you have from 16 years, in fact, we recommend 20 years and above. Okay, our basic recommendation, 20 years and above, all right? If you have 20 years experience and above, and you want to get chartered as a corporate governance consultant, we recommend that. If you have 16 to 19, we can also absorb you. But the best fit for getting chartered, those who are interested in chartered, from 20 years corporate experience and above, it is easier for you to apply the practice, make the most of the consulting adventure. All right. But if you want to be certified, you're open. Certification is open to everyone. But chartered, to get your chartered from Chartered Institute of Management Consultant USA. All right. So you need to do, you need to have some corporate experiences, especially at management level, before you could drive that in. Okay, so before we break into groups to do our workshop and come back for the presentation, maybe we should just run through the announcement, and then afterwards we break into the groups. When we come back, we take our group work and then come back for a grand finale for level 1. So course coordinator or program coordinator, if you can hear me, please just say hi so that I can pass over to you. Course coordinator, if you can hear me, just say hi. Course coordinator, your mic is open, but I'm not hearing you. Okay. Course coordinator, your mic is open, but I'm not hearing you. Course coordinator, if you can hear me, say hi.
Hi, can you hear me, sir?
Okay, so at least for once today, we've heard you. So quickly, let's take the announcement, and before we go to the breakout session. So I'm going to help you with the screen, and then you could get the announcement over with. So please, over to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Banito. Thank you very much, dear participants and professionals in corporate governance consulting and executive course. And at this point, I think I will seize this privilege of congratulating you. It is almost over, but not over yet for the first level. So, but I think it's a privilege having you up to this stage. And I'll briefly run through the announcement that we have been flipping through from the beginning of the lecture from Thursday till this point. This course, Corporate Governance Consulting Executive course, is a professional course for business executives, and the course is accredited by Chartered Institute of Management Consultants USA and Center for Management Development Nigeria. It is just for our information. And it's important to note, this is a professional development class and not a seminar, because we're about to even breaking into focus group discussion or breakout session. So it is for you to know that it is not just a seminar, but a professional development class. Professional ethics are expected from all participants. There are important notes, 5 of them that we have outlined here. The first class sessions, each class sessions are to last for maximum of 1 hour, 30 minutes. The order, number 2, each participant is to mute their mics to avoid distractions. Number 3, questions are permitted after the class to be asked via chat room, or simply raise your hand and the moderator will take your questions. Number 4, the PowerPoint materials will be available to those going for certification. Please, not every participant, the privilege we have granted to every participant is to attend free of charge. But for those who will be proceeding for certification, either the first level, which we recommend, strongly recommend, either for the first level that we're rounding off today, or the second level that will begin next week, Thursday, the PowerPoint materials will be available to those going for certification. Participation is 100% free. Certifications are optional at very discounted rates. Now, if you look at the acronyms here, however you want to look at it, it's either you say SWOT or TOS, but the first is, by the end of this workshop, every participant, and for all of us, I believe every participant here, so I should say that categorically, because we have given our rapt attention, full conscious and intentional attention was given by everybody, supposedly. By the end of the workshop, we'll be built with enhanced leadership capacity, develop and improve your capacity for executive responsibilities. The second is enhanced strategic capability, become a visionary leader to drive sustainability and change. Number 3 is improve decision-making, improve your decision-making abilities. High performance leader, become a role model for your subordinates to drive healthy competition. Some persons will say, I'm about to exit maybe the public service or even private sector, somebody else will, but what impact are you going to leave? What legacy are you going to leave? So much so that whoever is going to sit down there, we want you to make your seats very hot for the next person to be challenged to pick up the mantle from where you have dropped. Let us not drop cold seats for people to occupy. So high performance leader. The next slide, what to expect from this lecture you have seen and are still going to see by the end, and the second level also, quality delivery. I must testify because why being the course coordinator, I'm also a participant of the lecture. Quality delivery, Dr. Banito, you are here, and thank God you placed this number 1. You enjoy quality professional delivery. Number 2, case studies. Learn with practical case studies that we have been bringing, and we have been urging some who have practical case studies to bring forth. Interactions, we will soon be breaking into breakout sessions, open question and answer sessions, and discussions that will happen very soon. And certification, opportunity for internationally recognized certification. So next session, next slide. Now I'll briefly run through the institute, about the Integrated Institute of Professional Management. For those who are just joining us, or who are getting to meet us today or yesterday, or who are still getting to know us, the Integrated Institute of Professional Management, or IIPM as we are fondly called international, is a legally registered professional training and certification institute with international reputation, providing training, certification, membership, consulting, IT and HR services. The Integrated Institute of Professional Management International is legally registered by Corporate Affairs Commission of Nigeria, and displayed on your screen is the registration number. For our accreditations, the IIPM International is approved by the Federal Ministry of Education, Nigeria, and accredited by the Center for Management Development, CMD, also the Chartered Institute of Management Consultants, USA, and Society for Human Resource Management, USA. We enjoy affiliations with the Professional Evaluation and Certification Board, PECB, Canada, also accredited by International Accreditation Services, IAS, that is for US, that's USA, for our ISO international certifications. Amongst our other partnerships that we enjoy and our partners also enjoy, we have just listed a few of them. The Institute is in partnership with the National Youth Service Corps, the University of Nigeria Nsukka, the University of Lagos, Akoka, and the University of Abuja, amongst others. For compliance purposes, the Integrated Institute of Professional Management International is in 100% up-to-date compliance. We are in compliance with the National Council for Management Development, Federal Inland Revenue Service, the National Social Insurance Trust Fund, Industrial Training Fund, National Pension Commission, and Bureau of Public Procurement, amongst others. These costs, the Corporate Governance Consulting Executive course, is administered in 2 levels, as Dr. Banito previously mentioned. The first level is what we are having now, and after the course, you will become a certified for those proceeding for certification. Please note, for those who are not proceeding for certification, I will say it and seriously recommend that we don't say after the course we have become certified until you have built your capacities. Yes, but after the course, for those who will be proceeding for the certifications are the ones that can claim they are certified associate corporate governance consultants, please, with the professional certification to back up the claim. And the second level for next week, those who will be going for the certification, and we strongly encourage all of us to proceed. There are so many other training course content that will be unboxed during the lectures of next week. For those who will be going further, the second certification level is the Certified Lead Corporate Governance Consultant, LCGC. The durations, the first level, August 11 to 14, that's what we are rounding up today, 2022. And the second level will be next week from August 18th, Thursday, to August 21st, Saturday, 2022. Course attendance and certification request. Please note, attendance is 100% free, we reiterate. Certification is optional and available upon request. However, for participants interested to move to the lead corporate governance consultant level or certification commitments, we want to be sure that you really take that serious. For those who will be proceeding for the next level next week, please, we need just a token commitment of 10,000 Naira or its equivalence of $25 on or before August 18th, before the course commences that very day, next week, Thursday. Certification request is open till September 3rd, 2022. So for all those who would wish to go for the certifications, any of them or both of them, but maybe due to one constraint or the other are not finding it at the moment, we are still open to receiving requests for certification up to September 3rd, 2022, September next month. Certifications, soft copies are dispatched via emails, different emails within 14 days after lecture. For participants interested in hard copy certification, they will be responsible for the dispatch cost or visit our office in Abuja for pickup. Next slide, please. So the cost for the cost of the different certifications is displayed on your screen now. For the first level, the Certified Associate Corporate Governance Consultant. For members, the Institute members, we have a discounted price of 65,000 Naira for those going for the first level certification, as against the actual fee of 165,000 Naira or its equivalent of $400. So if you're going for members, if you're going for this first level certification, it's 65,000 Naira or $160. That's the equivalence. Then for non-members of the Institute, and please note, we are also encouraging you, not because of the certification, but because of your personal capacity building, to try to key in to one of the categories of membership of the Institute. Why are we saying that? We always send out free trainings, free opportunities for capacity building to members of the Institute, and free opportunity for networking. quality networking, not just networking, because networking might mean networking with anybody. Everybody is important, but we mean quality networking that is relevant to your own sphere or walks of life. So for non-members, 75,000 naira, or its equivalent of $185, as against the actual price of 195,000 naira, or its equivalent of $470. This is not what you're paying for non-members, discounted 75,000 or $185. For the next level, the Certified Lead Corporate Governance Consultant, LCGC, for our members, IIPM members, it is presented in a discounted rate of 85,000 naira, or its equivalent of $205, as against the actual fee, 215,000 naira, or the equivalent, $520. For non-members, to proceed for the Certified Lead Corporate Governance Consultant, 95,000 naira, or its equivalent of $230, as against the actual cost, 250,000 naira, or its equivalent, $605. Certificate of completion is also available for those who wish to go for certificate of completion. For our members, further discounted, 35,000 naira, or $85. Then for non-members, 40,000 naira, or $100. Note, all fees are inclusive of once you make your payment, or once you have indicated interest for certification, the fees you're paying is inclusive of study materials. So you are not paying further for study materials. You'll be getting your study materials, the edited videos, every clip that is played here, 1 year access to recorded classes on YouTube, and certifications except for certificate of completion. Now, for what Dr. Banito just emphasized before the announcement popped up on our screen, for those who will be proceeding to get chartered by the Chartered Institute of Management Consultant, he has just mentioned the requirement, and we are holding this very, very seriously. It's supposed to be 20 years and above in management field or sphere, but he has said he will consider even from 16 years. We don't joke with any of our certifications, and that is why we are really elucidating this very point at this moment. So getting chartered from the Chartered Institute of Management Consultants, USA, all participants who are interested in getting chartered can become chartered by the Chartered Institute of Management Consultants, USA, CIMC, USA. The chartered certification is issued by CIMC, USA. Now, but these are the requirements. You must have completed the full course modules, both associate and lead corporate governance consulting. So you must have arrived at this point. You must have completed the associate level and the next level we are going for. You must have been certified. So you see, not just completing the 2 levels now, but both completing the 2 levels and being certified in the 2 levels, the 2 different levels of the corporate governance consulting course. You must have been certified as a lead corporate governance consultant by IIPM. So now the associate corporate governance consultant holders need to upgrade. So if you are going for just the associate level, before you get chartered by the institute, you need to upgrade by the Chartered Institute of Management Consultants. You need to upgrade to the lead corporate governance consultant to apply for chartered. And the fee is $600. $600. Displayed on your screen now is the payment. I don't know if you want to snap, if you want to write it down. And for those who are joining us live on YouTube, we are streaming live on YouTube. The payment details, all fees without exception should be made or paid via the different payment channels. The account number is 0588546395. That is 058888, that's 0588546395. The account name is Integrated Institute of Professional Management. The bank name is GT Bank, Guarantee Trust Bank. For those who prefer to use the USD payment channel, please kindly pay with your bank card online at the secured link we have provided, https://pay/pay/IIPM. https://paystack.com/pay/IIPM. For further inquiries, please do feel free to contact us at IIPM online at iipmi.org. Our WhatsApp number is also displayed, 08 +234 814 7029035. That is +234 814 7029035. The Telegram is at IIPM-BOT. No need to separate. They are one word. It is one word, at IIPM-BOT. Our social media platforms: Facebook, IIPM International. Please go there, add us, send us a friend request on Facebook, and in fact on our different social media platforms. Then LinkedIn, it's Integrated Institute of Professional Management. Our Twitter handle is IIPM Nigeria, at IIPM Nigeria. Then for our Google page, IIPM International. Thank you very much for your rapt attention, and thank you very much. Please enjoy your breakout session, and we hope that it is going to be really engaging. Thank you very much. I'll be passing you through to Dr. Banito to continue the program.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Austin, and we are all welcome back from the announcement section. So we are going to be going into the breakout sections in a moment. This is the case we are dealing with. Consider the existing rules and regulations in your country regarding corporate governance. Find any large failure of corporate governance practice in your country in the last decade. Questions you need to address is: what were the main reasons for the failure? What do you think is the current scenario of corporate governance in your country? What are the pitfalls faced in good corporate governance in present day? How can good corporate governance be practiced? So these are the discussions we are going to be allowing us to break out into. However, we know that we are from different countries and we might not be able to separate everyone. So we will just, whatever group you find yourself, just pick a country and then deal with the questions. Just pick a country and deal with the questions. So if it is possible to screenshot, please feel free to screenshot so that you could have the question in your group as at the time of breakout discussions. Please, let's not forget to take our attendance before going. So I'm going to be breaking us into groups right now. But before we do that, any question, any concern? Any question, any concern before we break up into groups? Okay, so I want to recommend, if you're using two devices at the moment, please, can you, just the one that you are using, can you just maintain that one and exit the other so that we don't have you in multiple places? Can we do that in a moment? If you're using multiple devices, please just stream it down to one. Okay, stream it down to one. Stream it down to one, and then we'll proceed. Also, if you're not yet in the WhatsApp group, we recommend that you join us there. We recommend that you join us in the WhatsApp group. Okay, so we are breaking out into groups right now. You will see a pop-up on your screen to join a group. So kindly join the group and then have your discussions there. All right. So like I said, just pick any country of your choice and discuss a major corporate governance failure, and then discuss it on the following basis. What was the main reason for the failure? What do you think is the current scenario of corporate governance in your own country? What are the pitfalls facing corporate governance in the present day? And then how can good corporate governance be practiced? So I'm breaking us into groups right now. Thank you, and do enjoy your breakout session. We will take 30 minutes, and then by the time we come back, we'll make our presentations. Thank you. Please, everyone is encouraged to participate fully in all of the groups. Everyone is encouraged to participate fully in all of the groups. Thank you. Okay, so the pop-ups are now on our screen. You'll see join and then not now. Please kindly click on join and ensure that you are participating in your group. So while everyone has joined, I will have to move around and share the screen so that everyone will see what they're expected to do. So group one will have Amarachi Oba, Augustine Seriki Callistus, Dr. Alex Ugumakewa Onumodeki Clement. Room two, we have Ahmed, Aziz, Goswill, Maureen, OCB, which is my device, so you will not see me there. And set. Group three, you have Amankwa, Hebziba, Jumain, Suleiman, Timothy, Yunusa. If you're finding it difficult joining, please let us know. Some of us are not in our groups. Some of us are not in our groups. Amankwa, Amarachi Benson, Dr. Adles Hebziba, Timothy Yanusa. We are not in groups. We've been assigned to groups, but we are not in groups. Any challenge? Or you are no longer with us? Yeah, Yanusa, you can unmute. Let's hear from you. Yanusa, you can unmute. Let's hear from you.
Yes, I'm having challenges, sir. I've not identified my group. The button you say it will pop on so that we can click in. I'm not seeing it.
Okay, so let me send to you again.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Hello, Doc.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I also encountered a similar program where I joined, but since my network let me off, so I came back into the main session. But to go back into the group, I was finding it very difficult.
Okay, so let me get you into the group.
Okay, Doc. Thank you.
Yes, but I understand I'm in Group C. Is that correct, sir?
Group C. Yes, you are in Group C.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, so Mr. Yunusa, okay, so you've joined. So Amankwa, you're also in Group 3. So Amankwa, I'm sending you to Group. Amankwa, please join Group 3 now.
I was in Group 3.
So I've sent you back to Group 3. You see the notification on your.
Yeah, yes. I have that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there any other person having any challenge? Okay, so Benson, we're having a group discussions on the topic that we've been dealing with since Thursday. So maybe you just have to join the group so that you can hear what they are saying there. Dr. Alice and Mrs. Amarachi, you people are in Group 1 and you're not there. Hebziba, you are in Group 3 and you're not there. All right, we're all welcome back. I trust we had a good discussion time. So we are going to have our recap, and then we will be calling it a day on this particular section. While we are doing, while we are taking the recap sections, please, we'll be sharing the attendance. So please do take the attendance, and then we'll take it up from there. Okay, so group one, we noticed that you were not present. You are just there, but you did not do anything. So well done to group one. So I'm only going to have group two and group three. Group two and group three. But just to confirm that everyone could hear me, please, if you can hear me loud and clear, kindly type 11 in the chat room. If you can hear me loud and clear, kindly type 11 in the chat room. If you can hear me loud and clear. I perceive some of us are already in wedding ceremonies now, so we just logged in and just to show ourselves to the priest. Okay. Some of us are in wedding programs, some of us are in birthdays right now. Some of us are in one program or the other. So during the breakout session, I got to know those who were in programs and those who were in class. Okay, so group two and group three. The situation we are looking at is by the screen. Presenter, group two, can we have you give us your discussion on this? Group two, the mic is open, you can unmute, and let's hear from you. And then afterwards, we'll have group three. Please, we just have 2 minutes for each group. 2 minutes for each group.
Good afternoon, everyone, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Sir, my name is Aziz.
You're welcome, sir.
Yes, I'm in a team 2, group 2.
Okay, please go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir. So, the question of a corporate governance as regards to the Nigeria case study.
Okay.
So, what are the main challenges or the failure of a corporate governance in Nigeria? There are a lot of factors facilitating against the development and the culture of a good governance in Nigeria.
Sorry, sir, before you go forward, the discussion is for you to find in a corporate failure, any large corporate failure, any large failure of corporate governance practice in your country. So you have to give us a particular example. Then with that example, you can discuss the subtopic.
There are a lot of factors that actually inhibit the progress of the good governance. I'm using Nigeria as a case study. And
which of the media particularly?
Which of the?
We want to see any large failure, a typical example. Give us a typical example. For instance, we have Oceanic Bank is a typical example of failure. We have others. So give us a typical example, then you can then begin to talk about the subtopic.
Okay. Let me by digressing to your analysis there, sir. So I will make reference to what can I say now?
Okay, will you want to think about it before you come back?
Exactly, sir.
All right, please go ahead. Okay, so group three, if your presenter is ready, please, you can take over. All we want is give us an example of a large corporate failure in a country and then tell us the things that led to that. All right, group three, you're open.
Okay, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Idris Suleiman Adana, group 3.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir. With regards to our group, we have cited Ghana as a case study. And then Ghana recently, about 5 years today, was been able to identify certain financial companies, banks in particular, that as a result of poor corporate governance were not able to continue their businesses by their regulator. So there was a massive cleanup exercise. It affected almost about 7 banks. And
just give us at least one name of a bank, and then we can.
Yeah, one name is GN Bank.
Okay,
from
GN.
From the group Indum.
Okay.
GM Bank. So there was a lot of problems that they have from poor. The board were not constituted with the right professionals in that bank. So as a result of that, and they were not able to meet the minimum requirement. And then because this will have a long way effect on customer deposits, so the regulator quickly came in and realized that, and then has to withdraw them from business because they were not enough qualified people that was put in there on the management sector to manage the business well. So, and not some of the senior officers, like the director, were inactive. And as a result of those poor corporate governance failures, the bank were taken out of business by the regulator.
Okay, so if I get you right, one of the reasons, or some of the reasons why the bank went into extinction was, one, some of the board of directors were inactive.
Inactive, right? Yes.
Number two, they were not constituted according to regulatory framework.
Yes, exactly.
And then number three, which other point did you mention?
The lack of competence.
Lack of competence.
Competence, yeah.
Okay. All right. So number two, what do you think is the current situation of corporate governance in your country now, in Ghana? With respect to the bank, since you're picking the banking industry, what is government doing that is assisting in making corporate governance a good one?
Yeah, as of now, because of the cleanup exercise, government has put in adequate measures, such as before you can register to do the engage in financial business, you should be able to put in qualified directors that will help manage the business world. To constitute with that, you need to have qualified chartered accountants that are in good standing. Okay. That will be able to report your books well, and then be able to regulate, help you manage your business well. And there's always constant monitoring by the regulator. Okay. Based on your performance, and then based on your deposit level capacity and how to serve your customers well. They have been constant monitoring.
Okay.
From the regulators of the financial sector in Ghana.
Okay, so from the point, Ghana has been able to review their policies.
Yes.
They ensured cleanup exercises to make sure that those corporates that were affected by the old policies have to be up to date.
Yes.
They ensured that all corporates now have competent people.
Yes.
Chartered accountants.
Yes.
Okay, and there is also effective monitoring. Right now.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yes. Thank you so much. Then the other point there is, what are the pitfalls faced in good corporate governance in Ghana? What are the things that limit maybe all those monitoring, evaluation, all those screening, review? What are the things militating against good governance today in Ghana? Hello, Mr. Suleiman, are you still there? Mr. Suleimana?
Yeah, hello.
Okay.
My network is for me. That's
so sorry about that. So the third consideration is there. What are the challenges facing the implementation of all these things that government is bringing up now? What are the challenges facing them in the
the actual challenge now is proper use of technology. Technology. You know, technology now is a global phenomenon that need to be watched on, and then you need the right tools to be able to move technology well, to able to serve customers that are even far from you. And then because of lack of those technological devices and other proper technological management is always difficult for even the regulator to be able to monitor, sit at their comfort and then monitor what is going on. Sometimes they have to be moved there physically in order to ensure that the right things are done at the various different financial companies. So technology is a hindrance to that aspect of corporate governance.
Okay, so technology.
Hello, Doc.
Yes, please go ahead, sir.
To add to it, there are other two major factors that are also creating the problem as a major of challenges in terms of being good corporate governance practices over here in Ghana. Now, individual philosophy or individual philosophical style is also creating a serious problem. Then some board members' disclosure of interest has also been a major problem here. Even just last week, a Council of State rep who has also been appointed on the Ghana Revenue Authority board had a company that has some issues in terms of taxation. But because of the board of the director, because of the director who is on the revenue board, because the thing comes in as a result of his company, proper measures that were supposed to be taken in terms of tax application and etc. were not done. So right now, it has been an issue in the country that his company were trying to evade tax. As a result, all these things happen because he had that company and he's on the board of the Ghana Revenue Authority. So the disclosure of an interest as a factor here is also creating a challenge in the country Ghana currently. Most of the issues have been a disclosure of individual interest that has not been coming out for the people to know, and it is creating a problem. These are the same people that have been employed as a board of directors in the governing corporations within the country.
I see.
Thank you.
So conflict of interest is a major problem.
Sure.
I see.
Sure.
I think this one is between Nigeria and Ghana.
Yes.
Sure. Between Nigeria and Ghana.
All right, thank you so much. So the final point there is how can good corporate governance, how can we improve on good corporate governance in our countries today? Mr. Suleimana, I see there. Yeah, Mr. Suleimana, you can go ahead. Or any other person from the group whose network is faithful can go ahead. Like Mr. Suleimana is having network challenge. Also, the group we're on to, how can we improve, although it's something we've already captured in the discussion. Looking at the pitfalls, I think by correcting the pitfalls, we'll be able to come up with good corporate governance. All right, so I would like to say thank you to Group 3 for taking our time to have that discussion and also sharing.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please
I
go
want
ahead.
to add to my group, sir.
Okay, is that Group 3?
Yes, sir, Group 3. So I want to add 2 points here.
Okay.
I think one of the factors that can improve good corporate governance is they need to strengthen public-private partnership in Ghana. That is to say, governments need to strengthen the relationship between public and private sector players. Number two, there must be transparency and inclusiveness in governance.
Thank you so
These are the major things. Thank you very much.
So we need to take back to government to strengthen public-private sector relationships, and then the principle of democracy and inclusiveness, participatory governance should also be addressed. Thank you so much, Group 3. That was a wonderful work. A good discussion we have there. All right, let's go to Group 2. Group 2, are we ready now? Group 2, if we're ready, please, the speaker can unmute and let's have the discussion. Group 2, are you there? The mic is open. Group 2, Engineer Aziz, are you still meditating on the discussion?
Yes, sir. Yeah. I'm back.
Okay, you're welcome back.
Yeah, yes, sir. So let me swiftly move to the Springback or Sosoliso airline.
Oh, thank you.
So the major setback of the Sosoliso airlines in Nigeria
Are you still there, sir? Uh-oh. It's like network is disturbing Engineer Aziz. Network tend to be disturbing Engineer Aziz. Okay, any other person from Group 2 who would like to give a voice? I know Group 2, there were many. And they had good discussions. Group 2, there were many. Okay, if there is no other, I think at this point we'd like to say very big thank you to everyone. It has been an awesome moment from day one till today. So people joined us for the first time today. We welcome you. However, we've given that encouragement that we should visit the YouTube and get all the videos and go through them. From next week, Thursday to Saturday, we'll be having the Advanced Corporate Governance workshop. This is an executive program, and we are not necessarily surprised with the fact that not a good number of people turned out for this, because as we noted, the program is strictly for top executives and then those in the compliance department, top executives, both public and private sector, compliance department, internal controls, MD, CEOs, consultants, and all of that, and those who are aspiring to move to top executive cadre. So those are the people we designed this program for, and those are the people that this knowledge is designed for. So for those, all of us that came, we've come, we've learned. It is good for us to go back to apply these things to our organizations. No matter how small or how big the organization is, let's go back and fix it. If we are still having, if our organizations are still in the category of micro or small, it is good for us. because we can easily make the necessary changes. If our company had gone to medium and large enterprises, then let's follow the right legal procedures to ensure that we get corporate governance in order, starting from internal cultural perspectives and moving into the externalities around corporate governance. And I will want to encourage everyone here to join the level 2, the advanced level. We have much more critical things to discuss in level 2. Like I said during the introduction of this class, if you want, you can Google it. One of the most expensive courses so far today around the globe is corporate governance. We are making it as easy as possible and making it as accessible as possible to all in the target group mentioned. But however, let us not treat it with levity. It is a core concern for both private sector and public sector. So let's do the needful. Now, why the program is 100% free for level 1, to go to level 2, we have placed some requirements just to make sure that everyone coming in there is really ready to learn. Like today now, some people were here, they logged on, but they were not in class. Some of us are still logged on, but not in class. So we will not want to have that. Okay. We burn out a whole lot of energy, we burn out a whole lot of time, a whole lot of resources to make this happen. So the least you can do for us is at least be attentive and be participatory in the class so that we can have the most of it. So to join level 2, if you're a Nigerian, you make a token commitment of 10,000 naira, which is to us is fair enough. It's even beyond fair. And if you're outside of Nigeria, just $25 to join. Is going to be 3 days. And in the program, we'll be bringing the CMD faculty, that's the Center for Management Development, that's the body responsible for regulating management development in Nigeria. We'll be bringing them to take up the advanced level of this course. So please, everyone, prepare to be there. The certifications, if you're interested, please, while you are filling up your attendance, please kindly fill up that also so that those in that department, those in the certification department and finance department can get back to you on how to go about it. Now, if you're not in the WhatsApp group, please ensure to join the WhatsApp group. The attendance has been posted. The WhatsApp group has been posted over and over again. So please, let's join the WhatsApp group. Let's take our attendance. And on that, if there is any question, if there is any comment, please feel free to say something. Also, importantly, next week we're having a coalition of program. We noticed that some people registered for business development consulting, and we really want you to be there. However, if your time does not permit, please focus on one. So next week, our timetable will be divided into 2: the morning section for one of the courses, and then the evening section for the other. So just look out for or expect the schedule in the WhatsApp group and in your email. Okay. If you've not given us a review on Google, please give us a 5-star rating on Google and say something nice about the institute and the program you have just attended. For those of us who we want to become chartered in corporate governance consulting, something happened some times ago. I think it was in Nasarawa State. We had a program. It was on corporate governance. We had a corporate governance training for some lecturers in Nasarawa State, and then some teachers and all of that, and then private sector players. It was a free program, and it was a physical program. So We even had to pay everything, even gave them food and all of that. So there was this particular lecturer who kept telling me, sir, I will go for the certificate. I will go for the certificate. No problem. Any day, anytime you wish, you're welcome. So about 3 years after the program, one day he came and met me. He said he has just applied for his PhD program at Manchester University in UK. And the course is on policy and strategic studies, something like that. And they needed him to have a background in corporate governance. So he need to provide a certificate that he has undergone corporate governance training. And then he came back to us. And then at that point, we told him, sir, yes, at the time you did this, so it was free. And then we had it at discounted rate. But the opportunity we gave them as passed. This is now the new price. And he kept begging, can something be done? Can that be done? Can this be done? No. So we have provided up to September 3rd for anyone who is interested in the certificate. In the future, if you are interested in the certificate, the fees that prevail will be administered accordingly. Okay, all right. So I think that is well understood. I am not in any way saying go for certificate, no. I'm only saying, having been in the training, especially for those who have been here from from Thursday to now, is an encouragement that you should try and get the certificate. It will be for your own best interest. Whether you are in Nigeria, outside of Nigeria, the certificate is globally represented and globally accepted. So you can have that. Now, for those of us going for certification, I think that announcement at the part before, let me see if I can get it. But more importantly, to be part of level 2, we're not asking you to pay for certificate. If you want to just take the course and go, you're welcome. But if you want to partake in level 2, you have to make a minimum payment of 10,000 naira or $25. Okay, 10,000 naira or $25. So on the screen, you will see the fees as they apply. I'm trying to get the information right. Well, something is missing. Okay. For those of us going for certification, for associate certification for IPM members is $65,160. For non-members is $75,185. For the lead program, IPM members is 85,000 and non-IPM members 95,000. 85,000 or $205, and then 95,000 or $230. However, the most important payment you may wish to make is just to make your reservation for level 2. Please, when you make your payment, kindly upload it and send it in the WhatsApp group, and also send a copy to finance@iipmi.org for your receipts and documentation purposes. finance@iipmi.org. When you make your payment, okay. And please note, there is also provision for certificate of completion. You don't have all the resources for this. You could go for certificate of completion. Members is $35,000, $85. Non-members $40,000 or $100. apart from certificate of completion, when you make your payment, you get all the materials, including the edited copies of the videos, so that you don't get to hear the things that does not concern you. All right. So your payment will be used to get the the videographer to make sure that it does a good work on editing of the program and then sending out to all of us. Okay. Any question, any comment, any contribution, please feel free to let me have them right now. Today has been a lovely day. All right, please, Engineer Timothy.
Yes, Doctor, please, the initial commitment of 10K,
yes,
is it part of the certification?
Yes, it's part of the certification.
Okay, thank you, sir. Then one other thing I also want to say, it's not a question per se, knowing that corporate governance is a framework that has many elements in terms of policies and procedure to ensure it's working well. Maybe as a suggestion, we can have a list of, at least at a minimum, policies and procedures that should be in place, maybe from the takeoff of a company, what should be done as in the basic. I know this depends on the sector, but there should be the minimum just to help us all, even though we have been doing it, at least to reiterate it again. Just my humble suggestion, sir.
Okay, so in level 2, we have policy and strategy administration. So that's where all of those things will be dealt with.
Okay, you kept it there for us. Okay, no worries.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Yes,
okay, any other question, any other concern? Please, we've rounded up.
Hello, Doc.
So, all right, you're welcome, sir.
Hello, Doc.
Yes, please go ahead, sir. Mr. Andrews.
Yeah, Doc, concerning the certificate.
Yes, sir.
So, you know, now we all pass through the IIPM.
That's right.
For this particular program.
That's right.
So right now, we the participants over here, are we also going to be classified as members of IIPM for the sake of the certification?
Okay, the certificate alone does not make you a member. We have our membership programs. Okay, and we have a whole lot of Ghanaians who are also a member. In fact, last year we had some of you travel down to Nigeria for your induction. I can still remember one of your registrars. Is it Ministry of Deaths and Births or Births and Deaths, Accra? He was with us last year in Nigeria for his induction. We had Ishmael Kuba Kwame. We had Selassie Teta. Selassie was here on Tuesday. He was in the class on Thursday and Friday, so I had not seen him today. Ernest Lamte, and several others. So this course does not make you a member. It only gives you certification in the area you've picked. But if you want to become a member, our membership induction comes up November 28th to December 2nd. So all other announcements to that regard will also be passed.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. Okay, any other question? Mr. Suleimana, you wanted to ask a question or make a contribution? Okay, so from the chat room, I'm saying, please, can we extend the payment deadline till October? Okay, so we have, okay, so we are talking about corporate governance, so there are frameworks now that have been developed. There are other programs on the line. So anyone we are picking now, we are rounding it up within a twinkle of an eye so that we don't get to have overload of projects in our hands. So September 3rd will be a good time for us to round up, and then other projects will follow. Any other concern, any other question? And please, I will recommend, if you're not in Nigeria, please use the online payment platform for your payment to avoid undue costs for international transactions. So please kindly use the payment link online. If you are joining us from the international community and then you have relatives in Nigeria and you want them to pay the money on your behalf, that would be awesome. Okay, so someone is asking, where is our office in Abuja? Our office is at plot 1092 Joseph Gumwalk Street, Gudu, just immediately after National Assembly Legislative Quarters, as if you're coming from Gariki. Now, if you're coming from, if you're within Gudu, before, just immediately after Gudu Market, you will get to see, our office. Yes, we can get it there on WhatsApp. All right, any other question, any other concern?
Hello, sir. I want to ask, sir, please, I missed that part of when the level 2 will commence. When is it starting precisely? Thank you.
It's starting Thursday, August 18th. Thursday, August 18th. So we are running from 18th, 19th, 20th. And like I said, the program.
Same time, sir?
Yes, you're welcome, sir. The time for next week, when you become advanced, you don't take too much time. So your time for next week might be just 2 hours per day. So it's either you're taking 10 a.m. to 12 noon West African time, or you're taking 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. West African time. So we're going to get that schedule across in the WhatsApp group so that everyone will be sure of their own calendar.
Okay, sir. Many thanks.
You're welcome, sir. You're welcome. Okay. Any other question? Any other concern? At this juncture, men and brethren, would like to say very thank you to you for all that you've learned, for your persistence in continuous professional development, and for your interest in nation building through our corporate organizations. I want to say very thank you. And I want to recommend to everyone here, please don't just keep your business to yourself. Find a way and be part of what government is doing. Whether you are in Nigeria, in Ghana, in UK, in Canada, wherever you're joining us from, please make sure you are part of what government is doing. And I see us helping in driving global development in great measure. Thank you and see you on Thursday. You have a wonderful time. Bye-bye.
Hi there. Welcome to the Integrated Institute of Professional Management, the home of management professionals. Did you know that 1 in 12 businesses close annually according to the U.S. Small Business Administration? In Nigeria, according to financial experts, 80% of small businesses close annually due to lack of experience and wrong business practices. Absence of effective corporate governance frameworks results wrong business practices which lead to business closures. It is therefore imperative to establish this mindset that effective corporate governance leads to business growth, advancement, stability, continuity, profitability, and goodwill from both your customers and government. According to Investopedia, corporate governance is the system of rules, practices, and processes by which a firm is directed and controlled. Corporate governance essentially involves balancing the interests of a company's many stakeholders, such as shareholders, senior management executives, customers, suppliers, financiers, the government, and the community. Since corporate governance also provides the framework for attaining a company's objectives, it encompasses practically every sphere of management, from action plans and internal controls to performance measurement and corporate disclosure. Poor corporate governance can lead to issues such as corruption, negligence, fraud, lack of accountability, loss of assets, loss of trust and integrity, and in most cases, incur fines from government. Where poor corporate governance persists, it can lead to poor health condition and even loss of life. You don't want your business to get messed up. Join us in this executive short-term course in corporate governance consulting. Amazingly, you are invited to attend this course for free. Certification is available upon request at discounted rates. This course is accredited by the Center for Management Development, CMD, and Chartered Institute of Management Consultants, USA. Apply now for free at www.iipmi.org/cgc/register. See you in class. Thank you.